You haven't really missed much. All we had was one young chap dropped the Walter Bislin blog on us. Proof of Earth curvature, the Rainy Lake experiment. And if you check out
Jesus
55
Christ.
past the hour, you can have a read of it there if you're so inclined.
Yeah, I read it back when it was done. Frickin', I don't know how many years ago now. What is it, 4 years?
Yeah, 2019. It's done.
Yeah, see, the thing is, they never look closely enough at that. To get it to quote unquote match, they have to use, like, even though in the screenshots it says medium refraction, it's double standard refraction.
Yeah, there's some really odd numbers throughout it. That's what I was looking at. Like, as you look at the markers, there's refraction slowly grows, slowly grows, slowly grows, and all of a sudden it's back to a quarter. And it's like, why the necessity to have that? Why wouldn't it continue along the same slow growth rate all the way from point A to point F or whatever it is? Yeah, it's just odd things like that don't match up.
Yeah, the markers themselves, they're like all over the place, right? So they're like one marker will like, then that's the funny thing is, right? And that shows you that his curve calculator is garbage, right? Because you can get it to fit all of those markers, right? You just adjust the slider. That marker fits, and then go to the next marker, adjust the slider. But you can't get them all to match at the same time. That's the thing. You can add any individual one. You can adjust it so one will match, but the rest won't match. So it's like the whole thing is garbage. And then it was made by, I know this is genetic fallacy, but in this case, it's actually valid because this was done by George Hotnuke. The guy's passed away, but he's the one that doxed Brian Mullen and did a whole bunch of psycho shit back in the day. So sorry if I don't take this seriously.
No, that's all right. It's the first time I've actually seen it, so I was just going through picking apart what I've seen as quick as I could. But one young chap dropped it on us, and then it was about 4 seconds later. I don't even think it was that long. There was another white knight. Oh, you haven't answered yet, so we'll take that as a win.
Oh, that seems to be what they're trying to do. That's funny you mentioned that because I was in here earlier. There was two guys that were just like, even though I think he's here right now, Fry. He was like, "Yeah, I'll just declare victory." Yeah, okay, no, he won't just declare victory because he was saying he could see Kerr from a plane. And then we showed him like all sorts of Jenna showed him stuff. I showed him stuff, all different altitudes. Like, dude, you can't see Kerr from a plane. And he's just like, "Well, I won." Like, what? Like, how did you win, bro? Like, whatever you said was destroyed. So that must be the gimmick of the day is you just like say something, declare victory, and walk away.
I would suggest that if anyone's going to see curvature from a plane, it would be Jay Tolan doing his long-range stuff, if anyone's going to do it.
I actually posted some of Jay Tolan's stuff. So I posted his one of his first ones is Colorado Rockies with infrared, and they're like 500 miles away. And if you do the math, they're supposed to be like 11 miles under the horizon. And then he has the Cabo San Lucas, the one where that's like 700 miles away. Well, if you do the math on that, it's supposed to be 37 miles under the horizon. So those are both observations from airplanes. So, but Jenna was posting like the was it the X-15 plane, the freaking space plane or whatever.
Oh, was that the one earlier where there was people whinging about, oh, it's low quality, like there's zero curvature, and it's low quality. They're having a bitch about that.
4K is curvature now, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, dude, he'll be like, this video is low quality video is like freaking Earth curve now. Like, I mean, are you serious? Like, how is that even a remotely an argument? It would be an argument if, like, you said, hey, it's so low quality, the thing you're saying is supposed to be there. I can't see it. That's one argument. But you're just saying low quality video is like invalid or something because it's low quality. Like, the levels of dishonesty, like, no bounds in this topic.
Sad part is with most of them, if they just come in here when they're hit with a question, especially when Alpha's doing his triple roundup, if they just said, I don't know, they'd earn more street credit just for saying that, and we could just go, yeah, fair enough. But it's just lies and twisted bullshit and all these other excuses.
Well, I mean, think of the position they're in. In a way, it doesn't shock me because they're so sure. You know what I mean? They're so sure that they know the Earth's a globe. And then when pressed, hey, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they're like, pictures to space. Like, no, that's how they know the Earth's a globe. I want to know how you know. And then it's so hard for them to admit that. Well, me personally, I don't know. It's hard for them to say that, like, for some reason.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Check out.
I just don't get it myself.
Yeah,
like if I don't know something, I don't know. That's it. Or if I know a little bit about it, I'll spill that. Yeah, I think it's something to do with this. Go and look it up. That's, yeah.
Well, think about a complete stranger came up to you and said, yeah, I went to the movies and saw The Matrix. And then someone came up to you and said, a stranger just talked to you. You know what movie they went and saw? You're like, well, I don't really know. They said they went and saw The Matrix, but I don't really know. I don't even know that guy. Right? And this is the same situation. Like, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, this dude said he saw the Earth's a globe, but I don't really know that guy. So maybe he did. But I wouldn't say I knew something. Right? You know what I mean? They're taking that next leap. The other guy says he knows, so now they know. Like, what, you like the Corsican twins? You did a Vulcan mind meld where you guys both know what each other know? This VC is literally like a psych ward for frickin' dent clovers.
Yeah, they come in here already mad at us. It's so funny.
So how's X been going with the 24-hour suntards? You've been getting...
Oh, dude, they gave up, dude. The final proposition lasted one day. They stopped responding after, like, the first day. And I got it pinned, dude. I got it pinned on my shit, dude. And still, I think I got 137 comments, and then they just
What
stopped.
Do you mean? 24-hour sun is absolute proof.
Of what?
Yeah,
24-hour sun. Congratulations.
It's absolute proof of a globe, if you think about it.
How does inductive inference prove things?
Just think about it, dude. If it's a 24-hour sun, how would that happen?
I am thinking about it.
How would that happen?
Okay, ignorance is not evidence of something.
How would that happen?
Ignorance is not evidence of something. That's called an appeal to ignorance.
Let's just think about how a 24-hour sun would work. How would it work?
I don't know how you were born, but I know you were, right? I don't have to know the mechanics of how they happened, do I?
Yeah, because if you can explain it, then it makes sense, and it's good.
Okay, so that's more of a statement about human beings than it is about anything else.
No, it's not.
If you can explain it and it makes sense, who needs that? You do. You need that.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, it means you're freaking soft, weak-minded.
I'm weak-minded because I can explain things?
No. Okay, I can explain that. I'll give you an explanation right now. I'm going to explain to you how gamma rays altered Bruce Banner's cells and how they turned him into the Incredible Hulk.
Well, that's science.
I'm going to have it. No, it's not, dude, because I have an explanation.
Okay.
Is the explanation evidence?
Dude, in this case, yes, it is.
Is the explanation evidence?
Yes. Yes, because it's based off observations
so I
of
just
the real
proved the
world.
Hulk exists.
You know, when you go outside and you view the 24-hour sun,
Hey, Twonga, are you
worth
listening?
something.
Twonga, if
No, he's not. He's
explanations
acting.
are evidence, then
Listen.
therefore the Hulk exists.
If you saw the Hulk and or you saw Bruce Banner and get gamma rays, and then you was like, oh shit, you saw Hulk.
Oh, we need evidence.
Yeah,
we need evidence.
Right.
Oh, so you've seen this ball tard with the sun going around it now.
So your claim is that a spinning ball is the cause of the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
That's what causes the 24-hour sun. Now, what if I say it's an optical illusion?
You don't have any
and the proof of it being hold on, and the proof. Yeah, I do. We see a 24-hour sun. That's my evidence.
That's not evidence that it's.
That's affirming no, it is evidence, right? So
no, you just said it's like a hologram or something.
The sun is.
Evidence
No,
of
I didn't
that.
say hologram. No, those strawberry. I didn't say hologram. I said it's an optical illusion.
Oh, same
It's
thing.
an optical illusion. The same thing you think a flat Earth is, dude. You think it's an optical illusion.
Yeah, everything is an illusion.
Yeah, so when you look at the Earth and you see it's flat, is that an optical illusion, or is that what it really is?
That's what it really is, because everyone agrees it is.
What?
Flat? Yeah, okay. Welcome to Flat
Earth, bro.
Welcome to Flat
check
Earth.
it out. If I say the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is an optical illusion, right? If I say that, so if the sun's an optical illusion, I'll see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the sun's an optical illusion. Okay, this is what you're doing. You're saying,
no, it's not.
If the Earth's a spinning ball, we'll see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball. This is called in affirming the consequent. Logical fallacy.
It's not.
Yes, it is. It's not even optional. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
Dude, there is no if, and, or anything. We just go outside, we see it's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica at that time, and that fits the globe model.
How do we draw a conclusion?
Guess what? That fits the globe model, son.
How do you draw the conclusion?
Yeah, but that doesn't exclude other models.
Okay, so where's your model?
The equation of time.
There is none.
No, it's called the equation of time. I just gave you the model.
Okay, so it's.
Are you gonna deny? You gonna deny that it can predict where the sun is?
You can predict where the sun is. Okay.
Yeah, you can predict. You can predict sunrise, sunset, solar noon, and solar azimuth and elevation angle from anywhere on Earth.
Cool, I guess.
Yeah, cool. So you said it's not possible on a flat Earth. So what are you talking about? Called the equation of time. You can go on Wikipedia and look it up. You can go on Wikipedia and look it up. And here's the funny thing: when you go on time and date, SunCalc, U.S. Naval Observatory, this is the model they use to predict where the sun is. Want to know what's not in it? A globe.
To predict what?
So, where the sun is, dude, including a 24-hour sun.
Oh, well.
And there's no globe in it.
There doesn't need to be.
I thought you said it's predicted by the globe model, and I tell you there's no globe in the model that predicts the sun, and you said it doesn't need to be. It doesn't
predicting where the sun is in the sky has nothing to do with the fact that the 24-hour sun affirms that it's a globe.
So you missed it. Sunrise, sunset are predicted with this model.
So what?
Okay, a 24-hour sun, the sun doesn't set. Right? So sunrise is on a day, not is on a certain day, and sunset is on another day. Right? But until those days transpire, the sun is visible. How we predict this is with the equation of time. There's no globe in that. There's no globe in the mathematics. It's not there.
Dude, to explain how it would actually work.
Models don't explain things, dude.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They describe things. Explanations are the Hulk Bruce Banner got irradiated with gamma radiation, and now he becomes the Hulk. That's an explanation.
No, that's not what it is.
A model would be describing, like, if I could quantify, like, how much radiation or how much fucking adrenaline he has to secrete until he becomes the Hulk. That would be a model that would describe his transformation. But it wouldn't explain it. It would just describe it. Twanger, you really need to go to, like, university and take, like, a philosophy 101 class. You don't know how to think.
Or just go and look up the definitions of explanations versus descriptions.
You have zero critical thinking skills, dude, and that's saying something.
No,
zero. You're almost going to be in the negative.
I'm high IQ with good critical skills.
No, I'm not talking about. Look, I'm not talking about your IQ. Maybe you are high IQ. I doubt it, but let's say you are. That's not the same thing as critical thinking skills.
I know.
You don't know how to. You don't know how to think.
I actually developed my critical thinking skills at university.
Yeah. So in philosophy 101, when they taught you deductive, inductive, and abductive logic, what one does explanations fall into?
They can be any of them.
No, they cannot.
Why not?
Because that's not how they're defined, dude.
You just exposed yourself.
I know, Flatsy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh my goodness.
So you're stuck in abductive logic, which is not really logic, and it's the worst form, with explanation based upon the available evidence. But the thing is, best explanation is subjective.
My model.
What's best for you might not be, but you don't have a model, and your model don't.
You don't have one.
No, you don't. I gave you one. You don't even have a model of a globe, dude. I gave you the model.
What do you mean you gave it to me?
The equation of time. Do I need to? Are you paying attention?
We don't even need to think about time.
It's called the equation of time.
Okay,
that's the name
that's
of
how
it.
We separate out a day.
Really? What's a 24-hour sun? What's a 24-hour part mean?
Well, if it's 24-hour, that means it's always in the sky.
Is that a day?
Does that mean it does? But
is that a day?
Is it the next day too? Is it the next day too? Is it there the next day too?
Well, technically, it's the Arctic day.
Should we call it a 48-hour sun?
Well, look. If you go, how did you know there was a 24-hour sun?
Well, logically.
Like, logically.
Yeah. Well, they say that's what it is, and I believe them without going there.
Okay. Why do they say that?
There's also a video on YouTube. I've seen it. Of
why do they say that? What is the basis for them saying that? Why do they think that that's the case? Why?
Why? What do you mean? Why do they think that's actually what it is?
Yeah. Why do they think? Yeah, but why? Like, why did they think that's the case? Why? How did they know when to go there? How did they know any of that shit? Because they used the equation of time, dumb fuck.
No, not
necessarily. They didn't use a globe. They didn't use a globe, dude. They went on SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory or time and date, and they typed in a date, and they typed in a location, and they said, oh, look, the sun's never going to set for this day. Then if you look and you go, how did they calculate this? And it says the equation of time, and there's no globe in the model.
People were down in the southern hemisphere, and they saw
that. Good, address what I said, dude.
All right.
Address what I just said.
People were
address what I said, Twanger. You sounded like a fucking nutcase, dude. Just chanting the same thing over and over again and not addressing anything I said.
What do you want me to address about that?
You don't have a globe model that predicts it. They don't. Nobody uses a globe model to predict it. Dumb fuck.
You don't.
What aren't you getting?
You don't need the globe model to predict it.
You already said you did. You said it matches the globe model.
He just changed his position to yours.
You're not understanding what I mean. Dude, the observation of a 24-hour sun. Do you understand that people have seen the 24-hour sun?
So what? Yeah, and?
Okay, so all right, so if you understand that there's a 24-hour sun,
and
then do you think projectors aren't capable of running for 24 hours?
That fits
Are you that ignorant?
That fits the globe model.
Okay, what globe model? Post it in the chat.
I can tell you the one that's tilted and rotating.
Yeah. Okay, post it in the chat. I want to see.
I'm not posting scientific facts.
No. You said it was a model, not a fact. Okay. The fact would be the observation of the 24-hour sun.
No, the model sums up all of the facts. That's
okay. Then post the model. No, that's not what a model does. Twonger, post the facts post the model in the chat. The model that predicted the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat. The model you just 5 minutes ago you said doesn't matter.
Dude, you work the other way.
5 minutes ago you said it didn't. You don't need a globe model to predict the sun.
Put it this way: how do you explain the 24-hour sun?
No, dude. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
Post the globe model in the chat. I gave you an explanation.
No, you didn't. You said
something about
you said the equation of time, whatever that means.
No. See, you're conflating two things. There's models and there's explanations. See, you're failing to distinguish things. You're using all different words, but you keep pretending all the words all mean the same thing. No, there's something called the law of identity. Each one of these words have different meanings, right? And I'm going by the actual meaning, whereas you're just trying to frickin', muddy the water or whatever your gimmick is, right? So really simple. There's a model that we predict a sun, a 24-hour sun. It's not based upon a globe. You ask, what's my explanation for it? The explanation is independent of the model because models can make accurate predictions and have no bearing on physical reality. Did you know that, Twonger?
That's not what I'm talking about.
No. So if we have a model, we can make predictions, right?
That is true.
The models and the explanations are different things. Yes or no? The model is a bunch of equations. What do equations explain?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Dude, I don't know why you're thinking about things so absurdly.
How do you quantify it then? If it's not a bunch of equations.
Dude, you take all the observations.
Hold on, where'd you come up with that number 24?
In other words,
where'd you come up with that number 24?
And then you try to come up with a picture of reality, and guess what? It's a globe. That's the picture.
Yeah, it's not, dude.
Yes, it is. Until you prove otherwise, that's what it is.
It hasn't proven otherwise.
No, it hasn't.
No, that's his method of thinking, Indio. It's a globe until you prove otherwise. He's just going to horse blinkers on.
It is.
But it hasn't proven otherwise. I'll tell you, Twonger, want to know what proves it's not a globe?
Yeah, what?
Bolivian salt flats prove it's not a globe.
No, they don't.
No, it's not a refutation, dude.
I'll have to look it up, but it doesn't,
okay.
I bet.
So, at the Bolivian salt flats, they fill up with water, and it forms a gigantic mirror. Do you know what so if the Earth had a convex surface, you could not have a symmetrical reflection of the sky on this giant mirror. It would be distorted. And we know how much distortion would be because the Earth's supposed to go over 3,959 miles. So that means you're standing on these salt flats, take a picture. At 220 feet away from you, you'd start seeing distortion. And it would get more and more distorted until the distance you could see ended at the horizon, and that's where there'd be the most distortion. But it's not like that in reality. It's actually a perfectly symmetrical reflection. That means when you look at the sky and you look at the reflection of the sky in the water, they are perfectly even with each other, undistorted.
Nobody said it was a smooth globe.
It's a flat globe? Is that what it is? So there's a law of
smooth globe.
So longer. There's a law of reflection. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. Whatever angle the ray hits the water, it reflects off at that angle. If it hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. This is invariable. It does not vary. That's why it's the law of reflection. It's a physical law. Okay? Cannot change. Now, if you have a curved surface, that angle of reflection is changing because the surface is changing. So it can't reflect the image of the sky and have all the same proportions because the surface has a different relative angle, and the rays are reflecting off of all different angles. They're all diverging.
It sounds too complicated.
Right? It's not complicated. Have you been to the store shoplifting lately? That big mirror in that big mirror in the corner, so you can see around corners. It's up in the corner, right? It's a big half spherical mirror. Or if you've been in a car, objects in mirror might be closer than they appear.
Yeah. So what?
Because they're spherical mirrors.
So what?
Yeah, the Earth would be a spherical mirror.
No, I don't think so.
Nuh-uh. What an amazing reputation. I don't know how I'm ever going to recover from it. So, I bring up this example is because no Glober's ever been able to even remotely refute it. You can't fucking say refraction. You can't invoke fucking gravity. You can't invoke any of you guys' fucking gimmicks of bullshit.
I think you broke him.
No, I was just making some noise, but dude, the globe makes sense. Everyone knows the globe makes sense.
Yeah, so what? No one cares about your silly mental state. All you're doing is telling us about yourself. When you say it makes sense, you're saying it makes sense to me. It's like you're trying to sell it to us. It makes sense to me. You should buy it too.
Yeah, it's based on actual observations, though. It's not.
Yeah, but you can't actually name any. You can't name any.
I'm gonna trust reality here.
You don't have any reality.
Yeah, we do that too.
Yeah, sure.
Flat, stationary. Join the club, brother.
You're trusting TV and strangers.
No, I'm trusting reality.
So is observing a 24-hour sun observing the Earth?
It wouldn't make sense on a flat.
Yeah. So what is observing the 24-hour sun observing the Earth?
In an indirect way, sort of, yeah.
Oh, indirect. So an inductive inference, like I said, which I started with.
Yeah, but it fits the model.
No, we already established that it don't because you actually don't have a model.
Yeah, we do.
Then post it.
I have a model, man. You know the model.
Then post it.
Model.
Yeah, then post it.
It's the standard model.
Yeah, then post it. Post the model that predicts the 24-hour sun. See, you have this number in there called 24. And when you have a number called 24, that means it's a quantification. And when you have a quantification, that means you're using numbers and mathematics. So that means there's a mathematical model. So why don't you post your mathematical model that predicts the 24-hour sun in the fucking chat?
The globe model.
Yeah, post it in the chat.
Why do you want me to post it?
Because I want you to demonstrate that you have an actual globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun. I want you to demonstrate it, dude. And we're not taking your word for it, dude.
I want you to demonstrate.
I know. Don't try to switch the burden. You're the one claiming it matches some globe model that you can't fucking point to. Post it in the chat. Stop trying to deflect from your own claim.
I can just tell you faster than I can post it.
No, I don't need you to tell me. I need the math so I can check your numbers to see if it actually predicts the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, just think about it like this. If the Earth was
I don't
tilted,
need to think about it like something, dude. I don't need to think about it like something.
Yeah, if the Earth is tilted away from the sun, that means half the time when it goes around the orbit.
In what coordinates?
It will be
coordinates?
The bottom of the Earth, the globe, will be facing towards it.
Cool story. How do you know?
Because that's what reality agrees with.
How do you know that's reality? Did you see that?
Science.
That's just a magic word, dude, to you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's just a magic word. You just chant it and you think magic will happen.
When you understand science, you understand it's a globe.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. You're just trolling. You know you're trolling.
He's just using buzzwords and buzz sentences. He knows that's what he's doing. He's like, oh, this is the perfect thing to say at this point.
He's trolling.
Dude, give me a break, Flatsy.
You're just trolling. We know you're trolling. You know you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. You know.
Right, when are you gonna substantiate that you have a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, this conversation would have already been over had you posted it when you were first asked and said, you say, it's quicker if I just tell you. Well, you've been like.
So how am I going to predict a 20?
Train wrecking the whole thing.
Yeah, so Twanger, you just described a bunch of crap to me, right? Or explained it, or whatever you want to call it. How do I predict a 24-hour sun from that?
You're giving him too much credit. He didn't even do as
No,
much as you
I want
said
to know how I use. I want to know how I use the information you just gave me to predict a 24-hour sun.
Right, you could imagine. You would predict that.
I can imagine.
Time. Yeah, they would in that model. In that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
I can imagine.
That. It fits into that.
I can imagine.
Fits right.
What model? You haven't given me a model.
Tilted, rotating around the sun.
Okay, so which way?
What do you mean, which way? Doesn't matter.
Well, maybe it's rotating. Maybe it's orbiting the sun around the poles, right? So maybe it's rotating it. Maybe the orbital plane is vertical.
What difference does it make?
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude! Are you this dumb for real?
It would just be in a different location on the Earth.
Really? Well, how can I predict that?
If you
how can I use what you're telling me to? How can I use what you're telling me to predict anything?
Dude, you think about it. If it fits what
no, you don't think. What reality? How can I tell if it fits reality? I don't even know how to take what you're telling me and apply it to reality to make a prediction to see if it fits reality.
Yeah, you don't understand theory.
Yeah, how do I take what theory? You said you had a model. Now it's a theory? Make up your mind. Which is it? Is it a hypothesis? Is it a theory? Is it a model? Is it an explanation?
I'm just using buzzwords.
Is it common sense? Is everybody knows? Is it reality? Which is it, dude? You're just throwing shit against the wall like a fucking monkey.
I'm just using buzzwords at the right time.
No, you're not even, dude. You're using them at the wrong time.
That was a good one.
So which one is it, dude? Which one of the fucking word soup that you freaking spewed out is it? Is it a model? Is it an explanation? Is it a description? Is it reality? Like, which one is it? It's all of them.
It's all of them.
Yeah, of course it is.
See, you know the answers to your own questions.
It's all of them. Even though they're all different words with different definitions, but it's all of them at the same time.
Isn't that funny? That's how that works. Like, you guys know it's a globe because you know it's a globe, but you just try to like go against yourself and pretend it's not.
Yeah, okay. I don't know any such thing. How would I even have such knowledge? How would I even have such knowledge? How would I have such knowledge?
You probably have to fight it every day, right? Do you have to fight?
Yeah, where did your knowledge come from? How do you know it's a globe?
Science.
That's just you saying a word. I said, how do you know it's a globe?
That's how I know, from science.
Yeah, but that would be science knowing, not you knowing. I'm asking how you know.
Because science is a human endeavor. What do you mean?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you did it. Okay?
Yeah, but
we're asking how you know.
Science is inherently trustworthy.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
well, that might be true, but that doesn't mean you know. That just means you
Yes,
trust. I want to know how
yes,
you
I
know.
trust science
Your
over
tr-
some guy on Discord.
that's
Yes,
that's fine, but that doesn't tell me how you know. How do
because
you know?
of the way science is made.
Okay, you're just telling me what they know. I want to know how you know.
Because it's based in reality.
Okay,
He
how do
said
you know
how
that?
science is made. OMG.
Yeah, how science is made. That's a good one, right?
How science is made, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, you go to the Betty Crocker cookbook.
I'm glad you're listening, Flatsy. It's
So
Oh
flattering.
my
Twanger,
gosh, I wish I wasn't.
you gave
It's
him a how? Yeah,
It's
how do you,
flattering.
yeah? I'm gonna ask you again, Twanger. How do you know? I don't care what everybody else knows. I want to know what you know. What do you know?
I told you, man. Science and reason.
No, you know some people said something. You don't know what reason is.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're
I've been
friggin'
trying to
devoid of
reason
all
with
reason.
you for the past 20 minutes.
Okay, you don't know what reason is.
I
And
sure do, man.
you heard 5 seconds ago, you said that you were doing science. That's empirical. It's not based upon reason. So how
No,
do you
science.
know?
Hypothesis uses reason, buddy. Stop. Can you stop right now?
Yeah, okay. So there's reason, right? And then there's empiricism. They're not the same things. Empiricism is observation, which is what you're trying to run away from now. So I'm asking you, how do
I'm not
you
running
know?
away from that. I've been trying
Yeah,
to make. I've been trying to make
no.
that point
How
to
do
you
you?
the
Yeah,
whole
how do
time.
you know? How do you know?
How do I know? Because of the observation and the reason.
Which observation did you make?
Oh, a lot of them.
You observed your computer screen and a bunch of people said Earth's a globe. That's your observation.
No,
That's your empirical evidence. Just face facts.
no.
That's what it is. You looked at your
I
computer screen. Some people said something, and that's your empirical evidence. Some
no.
people talking on your
I live
fucking
in
screen.
reality.
Yeah. What? Well, I want to know what that reality is that you experienced that wasn't a computer screen. So tell me
I've
what
experienced
observation.
seasons. I've experienced the sun changing, like everything you would see when you're outside.
Yeah, but the question isn't about like how the weather changes or the sun. The question is,
Yeah, it
how do
is.
you know the Earth? No, no, it's not. I asked you, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Explain to me how seasons work.
No, how do you know the
Oh
Earth's a
my
globe?
goodness.
Right. Well, seasons
How do you know the
are
Earth's a
explained
globe?
by a globe. Seasons are explained by a globe.
No, they're not. You don't know anything about
And you know what
seasons.
also fits the globe model? 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, cool. So how do you know the Earth's a globe? You don't even know that exists, dude.
Yes, I do.
No, you know that other people claim that they know. Okay, that's what you know.
That's how science works.
No, that's not how science works, dude.
Yeah, I trust science.
Science works when you. That's good. I don't care about your mental state. I want to know what you know.
It's good to have trust in science.
Look, is your trust in something also your knowledge about something?
Yeah, I'm a good judge of what's trust.
No, 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 no,
Trusted.
no. That's fucking a dog chasing its own tail right there. Anyway, fucking trust your faith, because trust is another word for faith, right? So faith and knowledge are two different things. You can't have faith in something and
Dude, I'm
claim you
not
know
gonna
it.
get epistemological about it. I'm
It's
just,
not
dude.
epistemological. Look up the synonym for trust, and it's faith.
Listen,
Okay?
you should trust.
No, you're busted, dude. You're busted.
Trust
You've been
science.
turned out.
That's what I'm
You're
saying.
inside out. You have faith in
Trust
science, dude, like a religion. Yeah, you have
Trust
faith. Do a chant, dude. Praise Jesus. Is that next? You gonna tell me to
No,
praise
dude,
Jesus?
it's not faith.
Tell me to
It's
praise
not.
Jesus, man. Tell me to praise Jesus.
I'm trying to show you that science is real, brother, and you should trust it.
No, you're not.
Wow.
You're just telling him to trust it, trust it, trust it.
just-
That's it. Now
No,
I want
I'm
you to
not.
prove it's real.
Because it's based in reality.
Go get a
How do you know?
What
Go get a
science?
vaccine.
Based in
What
reality.
science?
Dude, Twanger's
proves
in like he's
curvature?
got like 5 boosters at least.
All right, all ears. Okay, so let's take Mount Everest. How tall is Mount Everest? How deep is Marianas Trench? If Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world and it's like, what, 5 miles high from sea level? But if you zoom out and you see Earth and you can't see it jutting out of the planet because the planet is so fucking massive, do you think you're going to be able to see the curvature from 10,000, 30,000, 40,000 feet?
No, we don't think that, and that's not our argument.
Well,
so did you just get here or
the
something?
basis, no,
just like make
I've
up
been
something in
here.
your
So
head
the
about what
basis of
our
your
argument
argument
was?
right now is that it looks flat from the sky.
No,
correct?
that's not. No.
It
This
looks
dude.
round from
No,
the sky.
we were talking about whether you have to fly it and negotiate over a curved Earth while you're flying.
Well, the U.S. military has numbers based on the SR-72. It's faster to traverse the surface level of the Earth by flying higher because of the curvature. You go up, you go straight, a real straight line, and because it's curving under you, you're traversing more mileage on ground level because you're flying in a straight line high.
You can post that in the chat. You can post that in the chat.
Oh yeah, that's the
Post
X-Men.
In the chat.
That's what Wolverine and those
guys.
guys take. That Blackbird, right? You talking about that?
Yeah. So there's
Well,
also
that's a sci-fi
SR-71
spin-off
Blackbird.
of the
So check this
SR-71.
out. There's a SR-71 Blackbird pilot that was interviewed, and he said he was over Nevada and could see the Rockies in Canada from 90,000 feet.
Okay, but let's take that into scale. 90,000 feet, and then you take the circumference in the Earth.
I
equals R
so
squared.
the Rockies in Canada should have been something like 300 miles under the horizon.
90,000 feet isn't 300 miles.
Yeah, dude. Okay. The horizon from 90,000 feet is probably something like, off the top of my head, about 450 miles away.
No.
The Canadian Rockies from Arizona.
In a mile, roughly. It's 5,280 something.
What do you think the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be? How much drop is there in a mile? What is it like? What is the curve calculation like? What should I expect? How
do you
much
know the number? I don't know it off the top of my head. I think you're
okay,
supposed to be able to, at 6 feet high,
drop.
only supposed to be able to see 7 miles worth of.
Okay, the drop is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. That's the drop.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so Colorado Rockies from Arizona is like 1,500 miles away.
Okay.
8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so that's like something like, well, God damn it, I'm not near my computer.
That's all right. Throw me a number. What do you think it is?
Yeah, hold on. I'll just look it up.
It's in the chat.
You guys just say Earth too biggie, but you don't know anything about what the curve it's supposed to be. Oh, did someone post it?
There's a couple charts in here. Let me see if I can find this diagram about how the military likes to fly really high for a reason. I'm not discounting that the Earth's flat or round.
Yeah, so the horizon distance from 90,000 feet is 367 miles. So I'm just guessing. I'm just going to guess the Canadian Rockies from frickin' Nevada is 1,400 miles away, but it's probably more like 2,000.
It's like 1,600 miles, something like that.
Yeah, let's just try 1,500. Let's just use that.
I think it's 1,500. From like.
So 1,500 miles from 90,000 feet. You should not be able to see anything unless it's 158 miles tall. 158 miles tall.
Is the Earth a parabola, or is
I didn't use the 8 inches per mile squared, and no, it's not a parabola. I have an idea. Why don't you give us the exact?
It's wider at the equator.
Hold on, I have an idea. Shut the fuck up. I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Give us the exact formula for drop. The exact one.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I must be cutting out. Indio's a good faith interlocutor, so he wouldn't do something like the question.
Give us the exact.
The question I asked. Maybe Indio just didn't hear me, so I'll just repeat my question.
No, Earth is not a parabola. So that's a red herring.
Hello, Indio, are you there?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm
Am I cutting out for you?
You're gonna get banned in 3.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and ping you. Maybe go ahead. indio007. Do you need a new...
Okay, goodbye, Ham. See you later.
Yeah. What a LARP, dude.
C'est la vie, Mongo.
Okay, so let me finish. The parabola red herring. All the calculations, no matter what methodology you use to calculate it, are approximations, including 8 inches per mile squared. There is no exact solution. So saying, isn't that a parabola? It's a red herring because they don't have an exact solution either. We use approximations in all the calculations. So complaining about one approximation versus another is disingenuous, which is why it irritated me. But so tell me, what Colorado Rocky Mountain is 157 miles tall, from which they could see from the SR-71 Blackbird from over Nevada?
Okay, that's a fair point, but how about the legitimacy of his claim, the pilot's claim that you're basing this off of?
Okay, so he is a SR-71 Blackbird. I mean, he could be full of shit, sure.
Yeah, he could be just.
But that sounds like that's the only busting observation. So I'll give you an example. In the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, which is put out by the U.S. National Geospatial Agency, says right in it, it's not uncommon because of the clear air to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, 300 miles away from sea level, the only mountain you would be able to see would have to be 11 miles tall. And since, like you already said, Everest is only 5 miles tall, that eliminates that. This is a U.S. publication. Like I said, the National Geo. See, a lot of people, they don't understand. They don't understand how much curve they're supposed to be with distance, and they just say stuff because they don't understand, right? When they printed that, they didn't go, well, this busts the globe. They're convinced it's a globe. So, like, they think that this is no problem on a globe because it's just a giant ball. No, the horizon is the Earth is a lot smaller than what people think it is. A lot smaller.
Are you talking point A to point B, riding on tires, going around the world?
The rate. I'm talking about the rate of curvature.
Oh, okay.
How fast the Earth is supposed to curve away.
Well, what if you say that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, like a lot of
modern
theory says?
That doesn't matter.
Now it really depends on where you're standing from. You're towards the equator.
It doesn't.
It's wider at the equator. If they say it's wider, this is all hypothetical. If it's wider at the equator and you can see mountain ranges, then
doesn't matter.
If you're closer to a pole where it's not as round, or it's more round, then you shouldn't be able to see him as easily. Now you're bringing the Rockies into example, but he's on a different latitude, longitude line than what the equator is. Why doesn't it matter? That's just how shapes work.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter. The difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius that they say is 11 miles. And if you look at the difference in the rate of curvature of one radius versus the other radius, polar radius versus equatorial radius, the difference is 2/100ths of an inch of curvature squared per mile.
So if I'm standing on the highest
it's nothing.
mountain in the United States.
It's 2/100ths of an inch difference of curvature.
Okay, but if I'm standing on the highest mountain in the United States, then theoretically I should be able to see the Himalayas, right?
No.
Why not? No, if there was no air visibility...
air is not transparent, dude. Air is not transparent.
Okay. This is what I'm saying.
And the angular size of the Himalayas from the top of the Rockies, how big would that be?
Okay. Theoretically, if I'm standing on
smaller
top
with distance, right?
Pikes Peak, and I look across the vast amount of distance all the way to Afghanistan, and I should be able to see the tip of the Himalayas.
No.
We have telescopes in deep space that can see blah, 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 far, far away, different galaxies, different stars, all sorts of stuff. If I have that type of telescope sitting on top of a mountain, should I be able to see the Himalayas then? Why would it matter?
Because light comes to the telescope, right?
Okay.
Okay. Has to go through thousands of miles of air.
Okay,
and if you go on your local weather, on your local weather app, right? Go on your local weather app, and there'll be a little entry that says visibility, and it'll say 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. It never says 6,000 miles or 9,000 miles. Now, the furthest you can see in the cleanest possible air, according to the model of the atmosphere that they have, is 296 kilometers of sea level.
Okay, let's remove that variable.
It has nothing to do with the curvature of the air. That just has to do with the meteorological conditions. Okay, that's it. Plus, when things get further away, they get smaller, right? They sometimes have a smaller visual angle. And you're talking about a fucking 5-mile tall mountain from 9,000 miles away, dude. How big do you think that's going to be?
Okay, that's where I'm saying, theoretically, if I put the Hubble Space Telescope on top of Pikes Peak, I should be able to see the Himalayas. Removing the air clarity and visibility, I should be able to see it.
Okay, so we're in a vacuum.
Indio, he's saying put the fucking thing out in outer space.
Take the variable of air clarity and visibility out.
No air.
And then I'm not talking about the proportions of the mountain versus the distance that I'm trying to see them from. If I have a powerful enough telescope that can see that far, and there's no visibility issues with the air, I should be able to see the Himalayas, right?
Maybe, I guess there's nothing in the way.
What would be in the way? I mean, you're talking the tallest mountains from point A to point B.
Okay, so objects that are closer than you, objects that are closer than you, even though they're smaller than objects farther away, will block the view of objects farther away. For example, if you have a wave that's 1 meter high, that's 1 kilometer away, it'll block out something that's 10 meters high, 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters high, 100 kilometers away. Okay, so it's called linear perspective. So if before the Himalayas there's some other 2,000-foot mountain, but it's 20,000 times closer, you're not going to be able to see the Himalayas behind it because its angular size is larger because it's so much closer.
Okay, put it two-dimensional. Think of it two-dimensional then. That wouldn't make sense because if I'm standing on the tallest,
we're done. We're done with La La Land. Okay, this is the funny part is that you have to go into imagination land. Imagine there's no air. Now imagine I freaking lassoed the Hubble telescope out of orbit.
No, in theory,
and imagine there's nothing in the way.
You're telling me I should be able to stand somewhere in some mountain in Turkey or some mountain in like Somalia or Ethiopia, and I should be able to see the Himalayas from there. I should be able to see across the entire ocean and see that peak.
Your prediction is worthless.
No, it's not a prediction. I'm going off of
it is a prediction. You're saying
theory.
I should. If you say I should see, it's a prediction.
No. Well, okay. What do you think hypothesizing is? What do you think hypothesizing is?
Yeah, it's a prediction. A hypothesis is a prediction of the results of your experiment.
So, Indio, may I ask a question? This guy, I think he's glazed wasabi. I think he mentioned that we can see into further galaxies with telescopes. Okay.
Yeah,
the closest galaxy is 25,000 light years away. I don't know exactly how much, but doesn't this guy know that a telescope or the maximum magnification of a telescope has a limit for it to be clear? So you cannot see infinite. For example, here there is a post somewhere which says, the theoretical limit of useful magnification for a telescope is 50 or 60 times the telescope's aperture in inches, or 2 times the aperture in millimeters. So for a 60 millimeter refractor, the maximum useful power is 120. So how the hell? I don't need even to calculate. I mean, when you think about 25,000 light years away. How big should be that telescope? I think. I mean, he's the science guy. Okay, let him calculate that. How big should be that telescope? That means they are just lying. They are just lying and defending.
Is he can't say
What that means?
yes.
Wait a
I
minute.
gave him an
Wait a
equation.
minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. That means they are just coming spewing things and depending on us, not fact checking them. So can you please ask him to verify how big should be a telescope? And we have such a telescope. Should it be maybe as big as the Earth, or
I think the Hubble
10,000 miles
telescope could
long?
definitely see that 9,000 miles
And you
away.
think you're not calculating?
Calculating what?
Calculated. I gave you calculated the magnification. The theoretical limit of useful magnification for a telescope is 50 or 30, 60 times the telescope's aperture in inches, or 2 times the aperture in millimeters. So 60 millimeter refractor.
Yeah, I don't know how to
maximum
math that.
useful
I don't have an
power.
equation.
You don't know.
You can easily calculate all
No,
the
no. What I've done.
You always answer
No, you
with
can
I
easily
don't know.
calculate
I
all
don't know.
the
You
zones.
come and
No, it was a
you tell
yes or
us
no
I'm
question.
scientific
It was a
stupid
yes
things, and then
Yeah,
you go, I
dude.
don't know. I don't know. We should
I'm
do the homework.
asking.
You
The answer was
get
no.
the fuck out of here.
3
Okay,
times.
I will mute myself. I will mute myself.
Berserker, hold on. Berserker, hold on.
No, I'm
The answer was no.
hold up a
The
second.
answer was no. The answer was no 3
But it
times.
should be
and then
yes.
kept
If the
coming
Earth
up.
is flat,
No.
you should be able to see mountain
So
peak to
give us
mountain
the
peak.
calculation which leads you to believe it should be yes. What's the angular size of the object you're trying to look at?
You're talking
What's the
about
size of the
Earth being
telescope?
flat.
No, give us
If
the
I
regular
stand on the
criteria.
highest
No,
point,
no, you just don't know how optics work. Okay, you're an idiot. It's really that simple.
Resolution.
No, you're just a fucking idiot. So I'm going to ask you,
about
what's the
that.
angle? I'm going to ask you.
I'm asking.
Let's do the calculation together. Let's do the calculation
on the
together.
highest mountain.
Let's do the calculation. No, the answer is no.
Why not?
Let's do the calculation together. We can get the Rayleigh criterion for the telescope. What's the diameter of the telescope?
In the world.
So it's like, listen, no.
The K2 mountain.
The answer is no.
In Skardu. Okay.
Dude, you're a retard.
How far is K2?
From where?
Himalaya.
From K2?
From Mount Everest. How far is K2 from Mount Everest?
It's not that far.
I don't know. You go figure it out.
I'm looking it up right now.
I don't think it's that far.
Yeah.
It's not that far.
So what you're going to need is the prominence of the mountain. That means how much of it's visible, right, above sea level. So it's going to have a prominence that's higher than the surrounding land. And you can go get an angular size calculator, and you can punch in the numbers, and then you can get the angular size of the mountain from that distance. And after you do that, then you need your telescope. What's the resolving power of the telescope? Question. You take the Rayleigh criterion, and then you figure out what's the...
And I stand on K2.
No, you're stupid.
And I had a telescope powerful enough to see... I don't know, 3,000 miles away from
you're
K2
stupid, dude.
to Himalayas. I should be able to, if you shined a flashlight at me, see the fucking light. I should be able to see something from peak to peak, from the second tallest mountain. Nothing's taller than the second one other than the first one, but I'm looking from the second to the first mountain.
Okay. There is something called the Rayleigh criterion. Let me ask you this question. Why can't you see the molecules in your hand? Is it because of the curve of the Earth?
Just hang on a second.
This guy isn't right now, is he?
No, really. Why can't you see the molecules of your hand? According to you and your stupid hypothetical, that you should be able to see them because there's nothing in the way.
Zoom would be the difference.
Okay.
Magnification. I answered for
We need to figure out.
Zoom in. That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody's ever.
It would be zoom, which is magnification.
Perfect. Here you go. Right.
No
here.
one's ever zoomed in.
I got some numbers for you. I got some numbers from you. Mount Everest is 819 miles away from K2. Okay.
Okay.
That's not a hard feat to zoom in 119 miles. Again, remove the air visibility. Are you a flat earther or are you a round earther?
No, you're an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm asking questions.
No, you are.
You're putting me down.
No,
to get a
you're an
feel
idiot.
for how you're thinking here. If I
Okay, I'm
stand on the
thinking you're
top
an
of
idiot.
K2 and I try and look
Dude,
at Mount
if you don't
Everest,
stop talking, I'm gonna mute you. If you don't listen to what I have to say, I'm gonna mute you.
I've been
Okay?
listening, but you keep asking me
Okay.
questions, and I'm not a
Okay.
mathematician. I'm a guy in here trying to figure out if the world's flat.
So
or
you're
if it's
making a
spinning
shit
around.
prediction.
No,
The
I'm not
Earth
making
is
any
obviously
prediction.
round.
I'm
Anybody
asking you
3,
if the world is
2,
flat. Can I see Mount
and
Everest theoretically from Mount K2?
no, not theoretically. No.
But the world's flat, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see it then?
If I draw a straight line from the peak of K2 to the peak of Mount Everest, I should be able to see it. Why doesn't it work? It's the two highest points in the world.
Okay, you're stupid. Okay, that's not how it works. There's something
explain
called
to us how it works.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting.
Hey, go ahead. Yours. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, this is your last chance.
Go ahead.
If I get interrupted by either one of you, I'm going to ban you both out of here.
That's what flat earthers do.
Okay, this is your say one more fucking thing.
Spit it out, Indio. Waiting.
What's the Rayleigh criterion?
I thought you were going to tell us why you couldn't.
Okay, there's something called the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay,
there's
flat earther, tell us.
Someone kick him out of here.
Yeah, you have to kick people because you have no scientific evidence.
I just told you the Rayleigh criterion.
I'm asking you to explain it. Go ahead and explain it.
Are you going to understand it? So it's the diffraction limitation of any optical system. Do you know what diffraction is? Or do I got to explain that too? How far down do I got to go?
All the way to the basis of the equation.
Okay, how far down do I have to go? Do you know what diffraction is?
All the way to the bottom,
let's go step by step.
All the way to the bottom of the equation. 2 plus 2.
Let's not be ridiculous. Let's go step by step. I don't know what that last thing you said was. Please explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so what happens is there's something called the diffraction limit, and depending on the diameter of the lens of the optic, what will happen is if you have an object which is made of points of light, and then the points of light are separated by some angle. When they get to the optical system, there's a minimum angle that can resolve because the light's actually waves. It's not rays, right? It behaves like waves. So what will happen is it'll interfere, and you can't resolve you can't differentiate 2 different points from each other, right? So if you look out at, there's a mountain out there somewhere. I'm going to point my telescope at it. But you have to differentiate it from everything else to see it. Well, if the angle that subtends, the visual angle, is smaller than the diffraction limit of your aperture, of your optical system, then you won't be able to resolve it. And it'll just look like a fucking blur. You won't be able to tell it from anything else in the environment.
I can get behind that. That makes sense.
This isn't my opinion. Okay, if you look it up, even NASA, they have a publication that says the Rayleigh criterion, the most important equation in astronomy. It isn't based upon rays. See, we only use the ray optic model for certain. It's called the geometric ray optic model. We only use that in certain situations. It's not applicable in this situation. We use them to make lenses, right?
Okay.
But in this situation, when you're dealing with something that's so small, this far away, you have other optical effects that happen, namely wave interference, diffraction, chromatic aberration, vignetting, all sorts of shit. You already threw out the air. Okay. You want to throw out the optical system too. What you want to do is take an abstract geometry, like take in crayon and draw a little mountain over here on this side of the paper and a little mountain over here on this side of the paper, and I can draw a little line in crayon to the other mountain. I should be able to see it. It's infantile.
Okay.
That's infantile.
But theoretically, you should be able to see it.
No, I just gave you the theory.
No, you can't visibly see it, but if you look in that direction, you're going to be looking at it without knowing it. What you're saying is there's going to be mountains in the way. So if I take the second highest mountain,
that's not what I said at all. It's not.
I know.
I
get that. No, I totally understand that. I get that.
Okay, you're muted. Yeah, you just said. I said this. Then I said I did not say
I'm
this.
asking
you said,
for you to
I
tell
know
me
you didn't say
yes. I'm looking for that yes, because if you remove all that bullshit, You sound like a smart guy.
It's not
Let's back
bullshit.
up.
It's in every
You're
fucking
getting hung
physics.
up.
It's
You're
in
getting hung up on
every
the
physics book.
technicality.
Yeah, we're done with you.
It's in every physics book.
Literally.
Did you mention NASA? You mentioned even NASA. You said something about NASA.
Yeah, I didn't catch
So
that.
it's your ego that won't let you take the L. You came up with a shit hypothetical as a gotcha, and you went down in fucking flames, and you have to make a fool of your goddamn self, dude. Why? Like, I don't know why you people do this. Yo, what's up, fellas? I've been listening on YouTube, man. Joe's a train wreck.
Oh yeah, we
My
know.
train
We
wreck.
know.
Yeah, you are, dude. Look, if they measured it with something, what device was it? Just tell us the device. It's really simple. We measure with devices, so it should be somewhere in there in your link where it says the device they measured with.
What up, Indio?
Yeah. What's up, man? Yeah, Joe. You just like
You want to
grasping at
state
straws,
what they
bro.
measure with?
Yeah, the device. You measure with devices, right? Rulers,
Yeah. I can
pressure
copy and
meters,
paste the quote.
things like that. Just tell us the device.
It's a satellites equipped with instruments to collect data.
What instrument was it?
I can copy and paste it. It explains it better.
Yeah,
in the
what
article.
instrument was it? Was it like intergalactic calipers? Was it
This
radar?
from the website.
And I'm proud to show what we're about to discuss is completely new to him. And this proves the point. Not a critical thinker at all.
I'm not a critical thinker, sure.
It's his first day stumbling onto flat Earth, and he thought he'd come in here and, oh, what a bunch of idiots, and he's just way over his head.
I'm way over it, sure.
You keep doing these snarky laughs, man, but I don't even know if you're fully understanding a complete sentence that anybody is trying to talk to you about.
No, I understand. It's just a bunch of nonsense, you know.
You gotta keep track of the overall picture, man. We're trying to teach you how to critical think.
Yeah.
I mean, what we should be asking you, Joe, is why you believe it. Why do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, why? Why do they not teach that the flat Earth in schools? How about that?
Well, they don't teach you the globe in schools.
Oh, they actually do. So I know.
No, they just tell you.
No, they do teach you.
No, what did they teach? Okay, so when they taught you the globe in school, what evidence did they give you?
Well, no. If it was common sense, and they would teach.
No, it's not common sense. It's not common sense, dude. Because you go outside, none of your senses detect the globe, so no, it's not common sense.
What do you mean by senses? How do you sense?
Yeah, what do you think common sense means? Common sense, dude.
Wait. How do you sense?
Sense is common to everybody.
How do you sense a globe, though?
You would see it.
I would see a globe.
You don't sense the globe at all.
Yeah, you'd see it, dude. You posted something with pictures, right? Isn't that seeing? Even though those are cartoons.
Okay. Real quick, I'm curious. So
yeah, so what? No, you're trying to deflect. I want to know what they taught you in school. What was the evidence, right? Like, what was the evidence they gave you?
I said they taught me it in school. I didn't say with evidence.
Yeah, no. Okay, so they didn't teach you anything. They just told you. They said Earth's a globe.
Well, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't get taught anything. You just got told. Okay. So why don't they tell you the Earth is flat in school? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So Western tradition.
So Western tradition. So why do other?
Yeah, just like if you went to a Catholic, so you went to a secular school, I assume. If you went to a Catholic school, right, they would teach you that Jesus is God, right?
Yeah.
Because that's their tradition. They would teach you their tradition. So when you go to a secular school, it's a Western tradition to teach you the Earth's a globe.
But wait, doesn't every school in the world teach that though?
Probably not.
Every normal school. How about that? What do I mean?
Every normal. What is a normal school, dude?
The
schools that teach the globe. The schools that tell you it's a globe. Those are the normal schools.
Is a normal school the one that just told you it was a globe? And as you said from your mouth, they never taught you how it's a globe?
So the teacher teaches you what she's told to teach you because they have a curriculum. And they get paid, literally, the school gets paid from the Department of Education of the United States, Department of Education of the state. They get paid to teach a particular curriculum. That's how they fund the school in the first place. So the teacher teaches a curriculum. But the teacher believes it because she was taught that. And then her teacher was taught that. And their teacher was taught that. And it's going back, right? Everybody was just taught it. It's just a tradition. And they teach it to you because it's just a tradition. When do you think, like, say, in China, they stopped believing the Earth was flat? What year do you think that was?
I
Think it was thousands of years ago?
Like maybe the 80s. I don't know.
The 80s?
Yeah.
Like the 1980s?
Yeah, maybe.
God, I guess it was Nixon, right? When Nixon fucking went to China?
I guess so. I mean, I'm not that old yet, so I would know.
Well, the point is that they it's just a Western tradition that they teach that shit. That's it.
Okay. So I'm curious though. Well, I'm curious. By you stating that fact, right? You're denying NASA, right? You're denying, reason. Right?
No, what reason?
I mean, what reason? Right? How is the Earth not a globe?
Are you 17, Joe?
Am I 17? No, I'm 19.
Joe, go outside. That's how.
Okay, wait. So, real quick. So, if this was a flat Earth, as you say, why can't I see Beijing right now? The Beijing Tower.
Okay.
Yeah, why can't you see?
First of all, because you're in your mom's basement. But if you ever crawled out of there and went outside and opened the door, maybe you'll have a long enough leash. I'm not sure. But
you can't even see 5 blocks down a straight street.
Okay, if you look up your local weather, Joe, they have a meteorological report. And it'll have a visibility. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. It has to do with how opaque the air is, how far you can see through the air. Typically, it's about 10 miles. You're asking why you can't see frickin' 6,000 miles. I mean, serious. Yeah, because the air is not transparent. No, the air is not transparent.
Yeah, right. But if this
it's not transparent, you can't see through all that air, dude.
Okay, right. But if this is, a flat Earth as you claim, it'd be able to see
there's still air on the flat Earth, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, sure.
It's like the air gonna go away because the Earth's flat?
Okay, sure. You're just denying, Earth's rotation.
No, dude. There's no denial, and I can give you an example. At noon, when the sun's out, you can't look directly at the sun, can you?
Yeah.
You burn your eyes out. But you can look at the sun when it's on the horizon, right? You can look right at it and not burn your eyes out. Why is that? Why is that?
I don't know.
Why is that, Joe? You know why, Joe? Because the air is thicker when you're looking horizontally across it than looking up, right? Because the air gets thinner going up, but it's thicker, the same thickness going across. So you're looking across the Earth to a little teeny tower, thousands of miles away. And you're wondering why you can't see it. You're being silly.
Okay. So you're denying that the Earth's a planet, correct?
Oh my God, here it goes again. Do you understand what he just said to you, Joe?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just confirming what he said.
Good. So,
what's the evidence?
Go on, Indio, you're fine.
No, go.
Indio's pointed out to you that the atmosphere that you look through isn't completely transparent. It's opaque, with a demonstration of the sun. And you know this as well, Joe. Things that move further away from you appear to get smaller, don't they?
He is correct.
Good. So when you're talking about a tower in Beijing that you're 6,000 miles away from, do you think that tower is going to be very, 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 very small, maybe too small for you to see?
Yeah. Of course.
Good. Of course, exactly. Now you can move on now that you understand this very simple point.
Okay.
Okay, you asked me if I deny the Earth's a planet. There's no. So you're asking if I deny things. I don't deny anything. I need evidence.
Okay, but the issue is
so give me the evidence.
Okay,
So
the
just
issue
give
with
me the
that
evidence.
argument. The issue with that
There
argument.
is no issue. Demanding evidence is the issue.
I'm not saying that though, right? Let me say it real quick, right? Your issue with that argument, right? By you saying the Earth is flat, you're saying the Earth isn't a planet, correct? Because that's pretty much what you're saying, right? Because
it's not a planet because it's not in that category. So what's the definition of planet? What is a planet? What's the definition?
what's the definition of a planet?
Yeah.
A round, big object.
A big object.
Around.
So my cock is a planet?
Nailed it.
Okay, bro.
Holy shit, I'm now classified as a planet. Big and round. Fucking awesome. Thanks, mate.
My house is a planet.
You tell me the meaning.
Okay. A planet is called a wandering star.
Okay.
That's what they call them. So there's stars, right? And then there's other little dots in the sky that move different than those stars, and they call those wandering stars. Is Earth a wandering star?
Earth a wandering star.
Yeah. Do you see it in the sky wandering against the other background stars?
Of course not, because we're on the planet Earth.
Okay. No. You think so, right? You made a leap of logic. Hey, the freaking Earth must be just like those things in the sky. Why that thing? Why is it got to be like a planet? Why isn't it like one of the other dots in the sky?
Because we can't see it because we're on the planet.
Okay. So, but what's your evidence that Earth is like one of those things?
What's your evidence for it not being like one of those things?
Because how flat it is.
Bro.
We have no proof of it being one of those things.
Okay, there's no proof of it being flat.
Yeah, so we measure the Earth flat. That means it's not curved. That means it's not a planet. It's not round. That means it's not one of those things. It's something else.
Okay.
It's also not a light in the sky, which is all
yeah,
you
there's
see
that problem too.
When you look
there's
up
that
to the
big
sky,
problem.
Yeah, all you see when you look up at the sky are lights in the sky. How is Earth similar to those things?
Joe, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Say you didn't know, you never been out of your house before, right?
Yeah.
And you went into and all your windows are blacked out. You don't know what's outside. You can only look through the keyhole of your door. And you look outside and you see a bunch of brick houses. Right? The whole other side of the street is brick houses. Does that mean your house is a brick house?
It's like, bro. Bro.
No, I'm asking you, does that mean your house is a brick house?
No.
Okay, yes. Okay, and this is what we're doing. You're looking out and you're saying, look, there's a bunch of little freaking round lights up there. I must be like one of those round lights. It's the same exact thing. Because you've integrated something into your psyche, into your like worldview, inadvertently, because they teach you this. They teach you that the Earth is not unique, right?
Yeah.
Joe, do you think the Earth is unique?
Well, I think the Earth is unique. I mean, we're just like every other planet, you know. Cause we're...
See what I'm saying? That you just ready to rest my case, dude. See, you think the Earth is not unique, right? It has no special place. It's just like everything else.
Of course, it has special places, but it's a planet just like every other, planet.
Yeah, that means it has no special place in the universe. There's millions of planets, millions of stars. There's billions of them, right? We're just one planet out of trillions and trillions of planets.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that is what's called a worldview. The name of it's called the Copernican principle, and this is how you're interpreting what you see. You just have this fundamental assumption: Earth is unique. So if I look up, Earth must be like all those other things because it can't be different, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no basis for that. That is a presupposition for which you have no evidence. In fact, the evidence is Earth is unique.
I mean, of course, the Earth is unique in ways,
in all ways.
Okay, right, but you would agree it's a planet, though, correct?
No, there's no evidence it's a planet. Okay. It's not even in the same category.
So you're just denying,
But NASA, let me guess.
No, I'm not
but
denying
NASA.
anything. I'm proving it. Okay,
I'm
denying would just be saying, "Nah, dude, I'm proving it. It's not in that category."
Yeah. No, I'm trying to say. I wasn't gonna say NASA because you
I
already
said,
know that.
dude, are you denying the Earth is a fish? Are you denying the Earth is a fish, dude? Joe, is the Earth a fish? Are you denying the Earth is a fish?
No, I was gonna say you're denying, the moon's
Are you
rotation.
denying the Earth is a fish, Joe?
Okay, bro.
Yeah. So how do you know the Earth isn't a fish?
Okay, bro.
No, this is a serious question. How do you know the Earth isn't a fish?
Because it isn't a fish.
Because it doesn't have scales. It doesn't swim in the ocean. It doesn't have a fucking tail. Doesn't have gills, right?
Yeah.
So planets have particular things. When we look at the Earth, it doesn't have the things the planets have. That's how we know it's not a planet.
Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, think about it, dude. Look in the sky. Get a telescope. Look at one of the planets, and then go walk around Earth and see if you can see something that looks like that. You won't find anything.
Okay.
You ain't gonna look through a telescope and look at Mars and go, "Man, that looks just like frickin' West 32nd Street in Brooklyn."
I have a question. So, what's your opinion?
Just get, move on. Yeah, move on to whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's your opinion on, the moon's rotation around, our sphere Earth, not this flat Earth, because a moon's rotation will not work around, a flat Earth. If you know what I'm saying?
The moon's
really,
rotation.
What's the moon's rotation? How many times does it spin?
How many times does it spin around the Earth?
Yeah, that would be an orbit, dude.
Yeah, an orbit. That's what I mean.
Yeah, well, does it orbit? Does it spin?
Okay, you know what I mean. Orbit.
No. What does it do? What does the moon do? What does the moon do? You keep asking us about the moon. What do you know about the moon?
Well, I know that it orbits around the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you saw that?
Yeah. Every I think 28 days or something like that. I don't know.
No. What have we observed though? Not the story. We want the actual observation of reality. No one's ever seen the moon orbit the Earth, dude. Nobody ever. From where?
From NASA.
No, not even NASA has. They don't even have fake images of fucking the moon orbiting the Earth. They don't have that much balls.
Yeah, just like China has false images with the Earth being flat, but yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that even NASA has not produced or put out any video where they say, "Look, here's the moon orbiting the Earth." They don't even have the balls to put that out because everybody that's too hard to fake. The point is that nobody's ever observed the moon orbit the Earth.
Yeah, true.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
Well, yeah, of course, but the astronauts and stuff and NASA, the satellites, they look at that for us.
How do you know that?
How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know that? Oh, because they said so?
They said so.
Because they said so. That's what you're going on. They said so.
I mean, yeah, that also,
They're complete strangers. They said so. They said, we went to the moon, we stood there, and you're like, yeah, okay, I believe you.
Yeah. It's not like there's video.
Okay, so John, let me ask you, when wouldn't you believe them? If they say they landed on the sun, would you believe that?
Wait, what do you say?
What if they said they landed on the sun? Would you believe that?
If there's video evidence, of course, yeah.
Jesus Christ Almighty, dude!
How about video evidence in the movies from Hollywood?
They would have video evidence, but it was dark because they went at night and landed on the sun.
Well, it would be really light on the sun. It'd be like blinding, but
No, not if you go at night.
What? Like what?
I got an example. There's a movie, To the Center of the Earth. Looks realistic. So does that mean they went to the center of the Earth?
I say
Joe,
video evidence.
Isn't the sun supposed to be millions of degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, of course.
How are they going to land on the sun then?
Once they create like this, armor, to protect themselves from
armor.
Yeah.
Armor.
Yeah,
man. Yeah. Well, no. Once they create a suit, that's able to handle the capabilities of
if you were in World of Warcraft, what would its stats be? because like we're in that realm now.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. Do you know the melting point of titanium?
What's the melting point of titanium?
Plus 1 trillion against fire mages. Is that?
No. But like, if they create, armor that's,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Made of what?
resistant.
Made of what? Titanium?
Special
Real quick,
purple.
that's resistant against, the sun, then we'll be fine,
No,
Yeah, you'll just be fine, huh?
Yeah. Then we'll get the video evidence.
Sorry,
What's melting on the sun.
Joe. You've got a fantastic opportunity here, my friend, right? I know you think that flat Earth is laughable, but if you stop giggling, if you stop trolling, you might learn something, dude. For all our intent and purpose, mate, we're actually trying to help you. We're trying to actually help you critically think about the world in which you live in and the stories that you've been told that you have got no possibility of verifying for yourself. So, dude, maybe just drop the act. You've got a great opportunity here. Maybe grab it with both hands. And that's man to man. Seriously. Man to man. Come on.
Do what?
So the crazy part is people are very knowledgeable here about those subjects because people are talking about these topics a lot to question it, right? So you have to put out the topics to make sure to know what you're talking about. So what these guys are doing, if you noticed in the grand picture, is slowly guiding you through it with the answers that are applicable. And they're slowly making you critical think along the way. You're just kind of immaturely going against it just for your own amusement for some reason, while you're not realizing that in a general spectrum, all these guys are trying to do is educate you and make you realize that there is a bigger picture as soon as you start zooming in. Just amuse it for a while, be serious intellectually, and challenge it properly, and get educated a little bit. It doesn't hurt you to hear a couple of things, right? That's all it is. Do with it what you will, but at least hear it out sincerely.
Yeah, I'm hearing it out, but you can't disprove
Joe, we don't have to disprove you. You haven't provided any evidence.
Disprove NASA.
We don't have to. They haven't provided any evidence. They show us fucking cartoons.
Show me a non.
Does NASA get like a free pass? So they like some fucking priest or something? Like they say something and it's the gospel truth because NASA said it?
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, like I said, you were brought up in a secular school. The globe is your religion. NASA is your priests.
I mean, aren't you a glober? Weren't you a glober at 1.2 before you became brainwashed?
Yep.
Yeah, then I realized I never really thought about it, but then when I thought about it, was like that don't make that's not, it doesn't jive with reality. I realized I was under like a spell.
When you properly investigate the claim, like the Earth being a ball, like those things in the sky, when we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure curvature. We also don't measure any motion to the Earth, even though it's supposed to be doing so. So when we listen to the claims that NASA are giving us, and then we test the claims for ourselves, we don't find what they're talking about.
Yes.
We don't measure what they say that we're on. You can't just take claims at face value and go, okay, because somebody said so, that's great, I'll believe it. It's probably best that you test the claims that they say, primarily the surface of the Earth. They say it's a ball, which means that it should curve over distance. We don't measure that curvature over distance. That's a huge problem, dude.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
He's going full Jim Jones on us.
Yep. I mean, he's calmed down since he was in here yesterday, to be fair. He was intolerable yesterday. At least he's calmed down a little bit. I think you spoke to him yesterday as well, India. He had a different. Yeah, he had a different name.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, what were you saying?
Yeah, you had a different name when I talked to you earlier, yesterday or something.
Oh yeah,
maybe the day before.
What, you remember me?
Yeah.
No, Jedi reminded me. I don't remember shit.
Yeah, I was here yesterday. You muted me immediately.
Well, I mean, we were trying to talk to somebody, and a bunch of people kept trying to interject. So I was muting and banning people because they were trying to, throw their body in the works. But anyway, Joe, let me ask you this: why did you feel compelled to come in here and defend the globe when you barely understand it, and it's completely faith-based upon the, what you think are credible strangers that make fantastic claims? You're just like, hey, they show me video, I'll just believe whatever they say. What compels you? So none of this stuff. The point is that none of this stuff comes from you, comes from other people. But here you are defending what they've said.
Yeah.
Are you like their lawyer? Why are you carrying their water?
Okay, right. I have a question. I'll answer that question.
Yeah, no, you can ask. You answer my question. Why are you carrying
answer.
their water?
Yeah, I'm about to answer it just right now. So
my balls are flat, guys. Guys, my balls are also flat, bro.
I can mute you.
I think the Earth is flat.
Okay, he's muted. Like what? But anyways, right. I'm gonna answer your question with another question. Why do you believe?
Yeah, that's not how it works, dude.
Okay, right. But
you can't answer a question without a question. It's not even possible.
Yeah, it is because
no, it's not.
No. I'm gonna I'm gonna say a question that'll sound like just a question you asked me. Okay, why do you believe in the flat Earth when you have no evidence?
I don't.
You're going off what other people are saying. You heard what
I'm not.
said.
I literally live by the Atlantic Ocean. What are you talking about?
You heard what someone else said, and you
about the Atlantic Ocean? I can go look at it.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, and what do I look? Oh, if I go look at it, what do I see?
Oh,
do I see a big ball or do I see a flat Earth? Which one do I see?
Why would you see a straight big ball of water? What? But anyways, right?
Yeah, no, the whole surface of the water looks flat. The horizon looks flat. So why would I think it's a giant ball?
Look at the ground under the water.
Yeah, that's called an abyssal plain. So even that's flat.
Yeah, look at the curve.
There is no curve. That's the point. The water should be curving, dude.
How do you know? You've been underwater.
Because it's the globe model says the water's curving.
Yeah. We're not talking about the fucking seabed. We're talking about the surface of the water. The surface of the earth. In your citation that you gave us earlier, 71% of the surface of the earth is water. He's talking about the surface of the earth. The surface of the water. Seriously, dude. I mean,
here's the thing, Joe. So you already said it. I used to be a glober, and you know what? They said, hey, if you go to the ocean, it only looks flat, and you can't see curve because it's just a gigantic fucking ball. Okay, but then you go. One day I was like, hey, let's look at the numbers. How big is this ball? What should I be able to see if the ball is that big? What should it look like? And then you go out into reality. And either it has to be a ball that's 10 times bigger than the ball they say it is, or the Earth's flat. Got it? Flat. Nobody had to tell me that. I can just observe it. We are not in the same position, dude. You Gobers always try to go, I know you are, but what am I? And act like we're in the same position. No, we're not in the same position. You can't experience what the way you think Earth exists. You have to say, there's some other people that I trust, they experienced it, and I trust them. We don't have to do that. We can just go outside.
Right. So you're not gonna go under the seabed and look at the curve. Okay.
It's not curving under the seabed, but look, go Google it, dude. Abyssal plain. So under the oceans of the world, underneath them, the seabed is called an abyssal plain.
Okay.
Plain, dude. What's a plain? Flat plain.
Yes, yeah, not abyssal curve.
Yeah.
So whatever the surface of the water is doing, the abyssal plain has to do. Otherwise, you'll have a big freaking hump of water in the middle of the abyssal plain.
Okay. Yes, the Earth does curve.
Or it'll get shallower and shallower in the center, right? So the abyssal plain is curved, and then the water's flat, and then so as you go to the middle of the Atlantic, there's a big freaking hump in the middle.
Wait, are you aware of the observable phenomena?
Oh god, dude. So You didn't answer my question. Why are you carrying their water?
No. No, you're denying the.
No. Why are you carrying their water? No, you're not going to ask me multiple questions. Okay, you should have never answered my question with a question. Why are you carrying their water?
Whose water am I carrying when it's common sense?
It's not common sense. We already did that. We already established that it's not common sense.
Well, it is because you're the minority. I'm not. Well, of course.
No, that's not how common sense works, dude.
So if 1 million people say an apple's a banana, then it's just a banana all of a sudden?
Well,
I don't think so.
because that's the minority. If it's not the majority, at least 4
Yeah,
billion.
the majority says it's a banana, but it's an apple. So are you right?
Hey,
Since you're the majority? No.
So Joe, so maybe we should do this, Joe. Whenever we want to determine the truth of something, we just go to the voting booth. We'll just go to the voting booth and we'll vote for what the truth is.
Yeah.
Whatever the majority says, right? That's the truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will that determine the truth, Joe?
Real quick. So you're just
yeah, exactly. You won't answer questions, dude. It's getting really annoying.
No, you haven't even answered my
again,
question yet.
why are you carrying the water for people? Why are you carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand? You don't even understand it, dude. And you're carrying the water. You're in here defending ideas you don't understand. Why? Why don't you look inward, right? And stop worrying about flat Earth and look inward. What compelled you to come here and do that? And look at your own psychological state on why. Like, I have to defend the globe against those flat earthers. Why? I don't know why. I don't understand the globe. I just have to. I have to defend this idea. Why?
Okay, can you answer my question?
Because you're in a fucking cult, dude. That's the answer. You're in a cult.
Can you answer my question, please?
No, you never answered mine. I'm not answering any question of yours until you answer mine.
Well, I'm not in the cult, first of all. How about that? That's my answer.
You are.
Okay, so
you are. I demonstrated how you are.
Since I'm in a cult, then you're in a cult too. You believe?
See, I know you are, but what am I? Are you 10, dude? I don't remember your glue. Whatever you bounce off me sticks to you. Like, I mean, this is like fucking romper room shit, dude.
Real quick, can you answer my question, please?
No, I'm not answering any questions until you answer mine. Why are you carrying the water for other people of an idea you don't understand?
Well, none of that's true, so why not answer a false question with false
Well,
pretense?
I listened to you butcher Eratosthenes, so yeah, it is true.
Well, you're objectively wrong if you didn't understand what I said.
You didn't even know what they did. Actually, it made me think of something, Joe. Say you're like your neighbor.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody knew what the shape of the earth was. And your neighbor knocked on your door and he said, "Look, dude, see these 2 sticks? Come with me. We're going to measure the whole earth with these 2 sticks." You'd be like, "Yo, bro, you're a crackhead. Get the fuck away from my house." Right? You would be like, "We're not going to measure the whole earth with 2 sticks." But you just sat in here and argued that shit because you read it on fucking Google for like 45 minutes. When the whole idea is so preposterous. Are you actually thinking about what you're doing before you do it?
You've yet to answer the question, but
yeah, you're gonna dodge again, dude. Like, dude, I am not answering your question until you answer mine. You said you would answer. You haven't. Why are you carrying the water for other people? What compels you to come in here and defend the globe, dude?
Okay, if I say I am carrying other people's water, whatever, well, can you answer my question?
Well, you are.
Well, if I am, right, whatever.
Objectively, you are, Joe. Joe,
Objectively,
is the globe your idea? Did you invent the globe idea?
Well, of course. Did you invent the flat earther idea?
No, I did not. So, did you invent the globe idea? No, right?
Okay.
No, so it's somebody else's idea. So you're defending somebody else's idea if it's not your idea.
You're doing the same thing, so I know what you mean.
So what? It's not an idea. It's objective. No. So I don't have an idea. I can go out and observe it. Yours is in your head. Mine is in reality. See, that's the difference. Yours is like there's other people out there that I think exist, and they said they did something, and I believe them. So the globe is in your head. You didn't go outside and go, "Look, the Earth is a giant globe, man. It looks just like one," right?
Yeah, I go outside every day.
You don't experience it with your senses, right? You didn't experience a globe with your senses, right, Joe?
Well, yeah, of course I did.
You didn't, right? Did
I know.
not.
I said I did.
You did. Which
Yeah.
sense?
What sense? The
Yeah,
feel.
which feel?
Yeah.
What does a globe feel like?
Globe around softball.
Seriously, now you're talking about feeling a globe. Take a fucking step back. Listen to yourself.
Listen, this is just so he don't have to admit he's carrying the water for somebody else. It's an uncomfortable feeling, dude. It's really like I said, you need to look inward. Why are you doing this, dude?
So you get to answer my
You don't even know why you're doing it. You don't even know why you're doing it. You're just compelled.
You get to answer my question about observable phenomenon. You know what I'm saying?
Observable phenomenon? Like anything in particular?
Yeah. About the Earth being curved.
Yeah, where's that? Where do we see that?
Okay, right. So you're aware of that, right? You know, you.
No, I am not aware of that.
When
I
observing.
want to be aware of it, Joe. Joe, I want to be aware of it. So tell me where I gotta go.
Okay, right. So you're aware of ships, right? The existence of ships. Have you ever seen?
Yeah,
seen
I know.
a ship?
I know ships exist.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a ship sail away?
Yeah, didn't I just tell you I live by the Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, right. When you see
It's
a
like a
ship
mile
sail
from
away,
my house.
when a ship sails away, does it not disappear? The hull disappears below the horizon.
No.
Before the map.
No.
So you're just denying that?
I've done that experiment, dude. I've done the observation myself.
So you're denying it?
I didn't read about it on the internet, Joe. I did the observation myself.
So you're denying it, even though it's factual.
No, I'm not. I'm not denying it. You read something on the internet, and I went and checked. Okay? And when I went and checked, it didn't do what they said. So I went to Revere Beach, right, which is in Massachusetts. I went to there's a boardwalk. I set up my freaking phone. It's 15 feet above sea level. I watched a container ship sail from 6 miles out to 30 miles over a period of time of 3.5 hours. They have an app called marinetraffic.com. In this particular location, they tracked where the boats are using marine radar out of Gloucester, which is a freaking coastal town. So I know the position of the boat. I know the boat was 30 miles away from me. It never disappeared over the horizon. It never disappeared hull first. It never did any of that shit.
Well, wait. Look at the sunny on the plane. That proves my thing. My point.
Oh, God, dude.
Look in the chat.
Okay, Joe. Do it the easy way.
You don't even know what you're looking at.
You don't even know what you're looking at. So go to an inferior mirage, dude.
You have no idea what you're looking at. So, it shows a view of the ocean where you can't see the ship at all, and you zoom in, and there's the entire fucking ship. So go look at the original video before you start opening your big pie hole.
Wait. So you're telling me it isn't disappearing right there in the first shot? Okay. I guess you're just denying it. No.
Okay, look at the first shot. Look at the bottom where it meets the water. Does it look like a double image, genius?
Well, it's disappearing though, so I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's not disappearing over Earth curve. It's a mirage.
So is
Earth curve an upside down reflection of the boat?
So this is your way to cope. Okay.
Yeah. So is Earth curve an upside down reflection of the boat? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so that's not Earth curve blocking the boat because the upside down part where you see the reflection, that's not water. What's behind there? You can't see the boat. You see a reflection of the boat. What's behind there? There's a boat behind there, dude. There's a boat behind there. You can't see the boat, but there's a boat behind there. I guarantee it.
Bro. So you're just denying it disappearing?
No, you're just parroting some shit you read on the internet.
Literally, bro, you just said it's disappearing, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's not disappearing from Earth curve, dude. You said that was Earth curve. It doesn't disappear from Earth curve. And there's another way we know this. Because we can take shorter distances where we know it can't be Earth curve on your globe, right? So if the horizon is supposed to be a mile away, right, and you do it before the mile, then if it disappears, then it can't be Earth curve because it hasn't reached the horizon. So we've done these tests, and we get the same disappearance. It all depends on how high the camera is. The horizon is not a physical edge of the ball. It is just an optical effect. That's all it is. And we can demonstrate this experimentally. We don't have to talk about it. And I told you, I did my own observation of a ship 30 miles. How far under the horizon do you think 30 miles would be, Joe?
How far under the horizon that 30 miles?
Yeah, so like if I like say you had a building in the distance and was 30 miles away, what is the shortest building I could see?
The shortest building I could see?
2 stories, 3 stories, 10 stories.
Probably like 2 stories.
Try 42 stories. So the drop, the hidden height from an elevation of 15 feet above sea level out 30 miles is 420 feet, dude. This is what we're trying to tell you, Joe. What they say doesn't match reality. This is what we're trying to tell you, right? Like, because I thought too, I said, I would think the same thing. Like, oh man, 10 miles away, man, that would only cut off like freaking 3 inches of sun. The Earth is huge, dude. Freaking, you're 10 miles away. It's supposed to cut off 66 feet.
Okay.
In a mere 10 miles, the horizon. Say you went to the sea and you stuck your, say you're probably 4'3", but let's just say you're 6 feet tall. Okay, so you go to the ocean and you stick your feet in the water. We're going to assume you have 6 feet high. How far away do you think the globe says the horizon is? It's only supposed to be 3 miles, dude. And I know you've been to the ocean and seen horizons way farther than 3 miles.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is, we didn't just say, oh, we don't like NASA. If NASA's part of the government, they're just a bunch of liars. No, we checked. When they told us, like what you call teaching, they told us, hey, Earth is a globe. They told us at school. What happened was, all of us, we saw some observation or did our own observations. They're like, hold on, this doesn't match what they're saying. So we checked. That's the thing. We checked. You know what you can do? The flat Earth isn't on the internet. It isn't in this Discord channel. It isn't on YouTube. It isn't freaking on Google or in ChatGPT. It's outside, dude. The only way you can be convinced the Earth is flat is to go check yourself. That is literally the only way. You have to go do a test, experiment, observation. That's the only way you can know one way or another. Otherwise, you just trust in what other people say. I'm not asking you to trust what I say. How about you go to the ocean and you go see if you can watch a ship disappear over the horizon?
I mean, I've already watched it before, but I can watch it a second
time.
Yeah,
okay. What beach, dude?
It's a what?
What beach?
What beach?
Yeah. You're lying. Don't try it, dude. So one of the tells of lying is when you ask them a question, they repeat the question right back to you because they need time to think. No, you needed time to think, so you had to repeat the question. Yeah, Joe. It's a common thing, dude. You gave yourself away. You've never seen this. If I asked you what kind of boat it was, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know where it was. You wouldn't know how far away the boat was. You wouldn't even know what ocean it was.
It was in Galveston.
Oh yeah. How high is Galveston above sea level?
I don't know.
How come I know?
How do you know? What is it?
It's 8 feet above sea level.
Oh.
The problem with Galveston, though, is Galveston has, and old dude already posted in the chat. He must have been reading my mind because Galveston has a particular thing because it's the underwater ground, the ground under the water has a particular slope, and you get something called shoaling, where the water piles up faster than it can flow back out. So you get a big hump of water near the shore. Not right at the shore, not like where you, but like near the shore. It's a phenomenon called shoaling. It's well known to happen in Galveston. It's not anything new. So Galveston wouldn't be a really good place to demonstrate your thing. You need a better observation point that doesn't have shoaling.
Yeah, it disappeared though.
Oh my! Wow.
Yeah, no, it didn't, because you never made that observation, and we know you didn't.
Well, I watched it disappear though. I was watching the ship disappear.
Yeah, it just probably sailed too far away for you to see anymore.
No, it went to the horizon. I knew it was the horizon.
Yeah, everything goes to the horizon. It's called a vanishing point.
Okay.
So that's how perspective works. Go ahead, Jack. I need a break from this dude. He's freaking killing my brain. That it demonstrates that there's two poles, and two poles wouldn't even be exclusive to a globe.
Wait, where's your evidence that that's not the case? What?
Faraday is a homipolar motor, also known as a Faraday disc.
A Faraday? So if I Google Faraday disc, it's going to relevantly
Faraday disc. A Faraday disc.
I'm going to Google that.
So you can also make quadrupoles by aligning the magnets a certain way. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Okay. Are you talking about a homopolar generator?
A homipolar generator, that's right.
Okay.
The North Pole is in the center, and the South Pole is on the rim.
A homipolar generator is a DC electrical generator comprising an electrically conductive disk or cylinder rotating in a plane perpendicular to a uniform static magnetic field. A potential difference is created by.
Hold on. That's listen. Magnetic fields are created two ways, right? So it's either an accelerating electric field will create a magnetic field, or an electric field that's changing in intensity, or a magnetic field that's changing in direction, which is the same as an acceleration anyway.
So on a homopolar generator, how many poles would that be?
I know how they make a homopolar generator. It's irrelevant if the disk is spinning.
How many poles?
Or if the magnet is... Listen, it's irrelevant if the disk is spinning or if the magnet is spinning, or whether there's a current already.
How many poles on the homopolar generator?
Phenomenon. They all would create the same phenomenon. There'd be a North Pole in the center, right? And the entire rim... is this what you have to do? Is to talk over? Is that what you have to do? So, the South Pole will be the entire outer rim. Now, you can create the effect by spinning the disk within a magnet, right? Or you could have a magnet at the center of the disk spinning itself, or you could spin the disk, or you could rotate the disk around the magnet, or you could just change the intensity of magnetic field, or you could vary the intensity of electric current. You're always going to get the same effect, because we know how electric fields and magnetic fields are created, right? Poles pointing in a particular direction with a compass doesn't prove a globe, and it doesn't even prove that there's poles, because in the globe model, there's two fucking magnetic south poles.
Indeed.
There's one that's in the Southern Ocean, and there's one that's in the Antarctica, and there's one that's in the Antarctica continent in the globe model. So, if you're going to say there's two magnetic poles, you're going to falsify the globe model. Is that what you're really trying to do?
Indeed. How many poles are there on a unipolar disk? You won't answer this because you know it destroys your argument.
It's not unipolar. I never said it's
Wikipedia,
unipolar.
it's not going to say.
And it would be called a monopole.
Really? So if I link you the Wikipedia page for this Faraday disk you've been talking about, it's not going to be under unipolar disk, correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Gamer, it's just looking downhill for you. It's called a unipolar generator.
Cool story, though.
Also known as a Faraday disk.
You're going to address anything I said of something?
How many poles does a unipolar generator have, Andy? Is it one pole or two poles?
Well, it doesn't have
a unipolar generator has two poles?
It doesn't have a pole. It has the outer rim will have what we call the south pole, right? So if you took a magnet and stuck it on the surface of the disk, it's going to line pointing toward the center, and the south is going to point towards the edge.
All right, read.
But it's not going to be a
one pole in the center. That's from paragraph 3 on Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
So there's one pole in a unipolar generator, correct?
That's right.
How many poles are there on the Earth?
According to you, 3.
Wait, do you think there are more than one poles on the Earth? Yes or no?
Dude. Okay.
Oh, dude, you know, if you say yes, you'll prove the globe.
You don't get it. You just
there are more than one poles on the Earth.
There
correct?
is a magnetic field. Dude, there's a magnetic field. There's no evidence for poles.
Holy shit! How many poles?
You can have a magnetic field with.
How many poles, Indy? You should know this.
Dude, acknowledge what I just said? You can have a magnetic field without poles. Repeat after me.
You can have a magnetic field without poles.
Can you have a magnetic field without poles? Yes or no?
As long as the Gauss laws are being obeyed, probably.
Can you have a magnetic field without poles? Yes or no?
If it obeys the Gauss laws, why not?
That's a non-answer. Gauss's law is electrostatic law. Okay.
Wait, you don't think like Gauss's divergence laws apply to magnetic fields?
Okay. Say that again. Gauss's what?
Divergence laws? Like the second law?
Gauss's divergence law?
Yeah, it's why you can't have like a monopole. Which is exactly the issue.
Yeah, but listen, I didn't say monopole. I said.
No, according to you, the Earth has one pole, right? Which doesn't work.
Okay. You're trying to play games. Not having it.
Which game? Mario?
Are 2 poles required for a magnetic field? Yes or no?
Probably not.
You know the answer is no. So the existence of a magnetic field is not evidence of 2 poles. And you don't even have 2 poles in the globe model. You have 3.
How many poles does the Earth have, Angie?
Pardon me?
How many poles does the Earth have, magnetically speaking?
I don't know. It's unknown.
You don't know?
That's right. I don't know.
Issue.
What we have is a magnetic field. Whether the poles exist or not, that is another question. Because you can have a magnetic field without poles.
How does that work, Angie?
Look in the chat.
Doesn't that like go against the Maxwell equations?
Look in the chat. How does that work?
What am I looking at?
How does that work in the chat? Look in the chat.
There are 2 geographic poles.
How do you have 2 south poles? How do you have 2 south poles?
I don't get it. How would you have an odd number of poles? Wouldn't that?
Yeah, answer my question. How do you have 2 south poles?
What?
How do you have 2 south poles?
I don't know if we have 2 south poles.
Look in the chat. That's a magnetic declination map. How do you have 2 south poles?
I'm not aware of the fact that we have 2 south poles. I thought there's only 1 south pole.
Well, it is a fact. That's right from Noah. So, look, 2 south poles. How do you have that? So how do you have 3 poles?
There's the geographic south pole. I mean, there's.
No, that's not the geographic. That is a magnetic declination map. Those are magnetic field lines. If you had a compass and you were there, whatever, if you were at any particular spot, your compass would align with these field lines.
I mean, what you just said is you don't even agree with the thing you said.
Yeah, don't say what I said is, dude. Look.
I mean, you said a picture of the globe, and you said look at the globe.
I'm not having your game, dude. We're not playing your game. We're not playing your game. Okay.
I went to the Wikipedia page. It says there's one.
Not going to work under any situation, dude. There's no scenario where your sophistry works.
Wikipedia says 1.
He's talking about the magnetic field lines once again.
Okay.
It says there's 1.
You said magnetic fields prove a globe because it has 2 poles, and that they point north and south. You lied about not saying that. Okay, but that's not the point.
If I said it, then click.
How does taking a compass, whipping it out, prove a globe?
What is magnetic declination?
Oh, because the 2 poles are only possible on a
deviation from the celestial sphere.
A topological sphere.
No.
I went to the Wikipedia page for the south magnetic pole. It says there's only 1.
It's from the celestial sphere, dude.
Why should we trust you over Wikipedia, Indy?
My understanding is that magnetic declination is the difference between the truth south pole.
Isn't it made up of people like Indy?
And the magnetic south pole.
Did he really say why should he trust me as opposed to Wikipedia?
Yeah, Wikipedia says there's 1 magnetic south pole. Indio says there are 2. Yeah. Who should I trust?
Indio could change what it says on Wikipedia. Would that make it true?
Well, this is a protected page, so we actually can't.
Well, then, how does that make it true what it says now?
Well, Wikipedia is probably a more reliable source than Indy, you know?
How does it make it true what it says now if Indio could change it tomorrow?
I mean, Indy can't change it tomorrow.
I'm asking you, if somebody like him could change it tomorrow, what validates
the fact
it to
that it
you.
cites like 15 different reputable sources that I trust as well.
Really? So Indio could do that and then change what it says, and then you would just
Not really. I mean, I think the average time before
It's so funny.
revision is like 5 minutes.
Hey, Alpha, have you noticed
you
that's
took a
always
big
the
L
big
here,
thing
man.
with these guys?
You
They
trust
always
Wikipedia.
appeal.
How dare you?
They always appeal to trusting somebody every fucking time.
Hang on.
Every time.
I mean, your argument is
just showed, man. Like you could change it, and then it would be something that he's reading. Well, this is what Wikipedia says. Yeah, Indio changed it, and you're just repeating what he said because he changed it. What makes that valid?
Can I ask a question?
And you can't say anything because you know I'm right, and now you're shellacked. That's a big L for you.
I'm just muting him, dude. He's not. We're not going to get anything out of him. That's like freaking trying to wring fucking water out of a rock.
People are talking about magnetic declination and 3 south poles or whatever, but I'm just curious, isn't magnetic declination the difference between the geographic North Pole or South Pole and the magnetic South Pole?
No. It's a difference in the direction your compass points and what they say is the geographic North Pole.
Okay, same thing.
No, because it's not the same everywhere.
Him in Australia, he should know this, Indio, because he's in Australia. He should know that.
So Rick, what you're thinking is that there's the geographic North Pole, there's the magnetic North Pole, which is not there; it's somewhere else, and the compass is pointing directly at that. That's not how it works. Where you are will have its own declination. And now, if you followed your compass field lines, you'd meander all over the place, and you'd eventually, if you follow the field lines, end up at the magnetic North Pole, according to the globe. But your compass, that declination would change. So it's not the same everywhere.
You didn't know that, Rick?
It's not even the same in Australia. It points in different directions in Australia.
Well, that's what I was saying. They use a different compass than we do in the north. I don't know if he knows that.
Yeah, well, like the declination in like Perth versus Sydney, it points one way. Like the declination is to the west, and then in Sydney, it's like to the east.
Rick, did you know any of this, Rick? Rick, did you know any of this information that we're telling you?
Did I know any of? Yeah, I knew some of that information. Yeah.
Okay, did you know that the magnetic fields over there work differently than they do? Not giving you a direction to what you might consider like just a compass utilized everywhere on Earth. Like I can't take my compass up here and then just have it work the same over there where you're at.
Yeah, I know that compasses need to be tuned for the locations and boats. Like I had to tune my compass when I got my boat registered. So.
Okay.
So Rick, look in the chat, right?
Yeah, I can see the chat. But I think what
Reed didn't know this, Rick. Sorry.
Just let me finish, dude. So these lines, if you're at one of these spots where the lines are, your compass is going to line up with these lines. These are magnetic field lines, and your compass will align with these. Now, obviously, these lines they're not pointing to a single location. They're all over the place, right? They're field lines.
There's interference, yeah, but there's not 2 magnetic poles to the Earth, which was what the inference was.
No, according to the globe, there's 3.
No, I don't think so. I've not seen anything that says there's 3 magnetic poles. If you've got something that says that,
you can look at the magnetic declination map and see that there's 3 poles.
Yeah, but that's saying there's 3 poles. That's not saying there's 3 magnetic poles.
Yeah, if you went to each one on the magnetic declination map, you went to the spot that shows the South Pole and the Southern Ocean, your compass would point down. And if you went to the other spot that's in Antarctica, your compass would also point down. Because that's the declination, dude. It's where all the field lines converge. You're like in the center of the magnet, right? Like the field lines converge at a pole. That's why we call it a pole. It's because that's where they wrap back in. And they wrap back into a point.
Don't they also claim that these magnetic poles also change positions during the year?
Oh yeah, and they're moving. Yeah, they're moving around apparently.
How does that work on a globe?
Oh, I think because the core is wobbling, slowing down, speeding up. Who fucking knows, dude? They just make up something. And all these guys will believe it, and they'll come in here and parrot it.
Isn't it like the speakers? You know, you have the North Pole in the middle, and the South is the rim, and that's why it vibrates. Because in the speakers, the magnetic field it's in the middle, the North, and the South is on the rim of the speaker.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Ree, but like he was trying to obfuscate into bullshit. I trust Wikipedia more than you.
I mean, you don't need to have two poles to have a ball. I mean, that's what I mean. You know, you can have on a even like a speaker-like thing.
Well, I mean, you can make a solenoid, and that will have one pole. Well, I mean, technically, it'll have one pole. There'll only be a magnetic field outside the solenoid, not inside it. Or no, if it outside, inside, not outside.
Go ahead, my bad. You mentioned the celestial sphere, Indio, and this phenomena. I mean, the celestial sphere is moving, and there's some type of relationship between the magnetic readings on the ground to the movement of the celestial sphere. So that kind of like an indication of that the ground is motionless and the celestial sphere is moving. Even the magnetic fields are kind of like doing weird things based on that movement, not the movement of the ground.
I mean, gyroscopic mechanical compasses kind of eliminate the possibility that the ground is stationary, right?
Less.
Gyroscopic compass proves that the Earth's not stationary. How's that?
Well, I mean, they wouldn't work if the Earth was stationary, right?
Why?
That's the core mechanism of their function. Like, I mean, what do you mean, why?
Yeah, why wouldn't they work? I don't get it. Why wouldn't they work, dude?
Well, do you know how they work?
Yo, I know how gyro works. Yeah, sure.
A gyroscopic compass.
Oh, a gyro compass? Yeah, they have a big freaking metal wheel that spins. What happens when you have a metal wheel spinning inside of a magnetic field? Produces a torque. That opposes the magnetic field. So if you're moving in one direction relative to the magnetic field, there's going to be a torque that goes in the other direction. You're always going to point in the same direction. So if you guys want to know how a gyro compass works without the Earth moving, that's it. You're moving within a magnetic field and spinning a big fucking metal disc very fast.
So what does it do, Indio? It creates its own flux, or it just...
I mean, this is speculative. I mean, you'd have to actually go test it. I don't even know how you would test it, quite honestly.
Because that's what I've always wondered myself with them. Does the actual flywheel generate a flux, or is it the fact that it's inside a cage itself?
Well, the flywheel would get a current because it's spinning inside of a magnetic field, and so it's an accelerating. If you take a piece of metal and accelerate it through a magnetic field and create an electrical current, well, then you have the Lorentz force. Now the electric field, the current is opposing the magnetic field, and then you're going to have the Lorentz force move the disc. But they operate these, right? The Spiri gyro compass, they're inside of a vacuum chamber. So that's what people don't realize, that these gyro compasses are in a vacuum chamber.
Because it's very interesting.
Because they can't have drag.
They behave exactly the same as a compass. So I've always wondered what is the cause of the internal magnetism. Like on a compass, you've got basically a little needle that's magnetized, and it'll point north-south. That's it. It's not really that hard to work out with a heap of numbers around the outside of it. But there, with the actual mechanical one, I was wondering what is something that triggers the magnetic field or flux or force or something with.
Well, they're not saying it's magnetism. They're saying because a gyro. Yeah, so because if you take a gyro and you apply a force perpendicular, it'll rotate in the other direction. So what they're saying is the Earth is spinning. So you align it with the North Pole, right?
Yep.
And it'll stay rigid. It aligns itself to point at the North Pole because there's a force, the rotation of the Earth, that's putting a torque on the wheel. And the only position in which there's no torque is if it's pointed north, or in the case of in the southern hemisphere, pointed south.
You can make a similar argument for the celestial sphere doing that. Instead of the pole being on the Earth, you could put it on the celestial sphere, and that movement can have the same effect. And the reading could be a magnetic effect on the ground.
Yeah, and the same thing. With a fiber optic gyro. So what a lot of people don't know, there's something called the Arnold-Bohm effect. So, so what they measure in a fiber optic gyro or ring laser gyro, they're measuring a phase shift. An Arnold-Bohm effect. Even if you have a solenoid, which is basically a copper wire, donut of metal wire charged up, even though there's no detectable magnetic field on the outside of it, it will still cause this phase shift of electrons. It'll change the spin of an electron. It'll change the phase of a photon, right? So you would actually, if you rotated one of these inside of a magnetic field, assuming the Arnold-Bohm effect, it would actually cause a phase shift, and you'd be able to measure the rotation. You'd also be able to measure as you move along the Earth. It would also cause a phase shift. So, I mean, we can come up with alternative hypotheses on why some device does some certain thing. I mean, that's not really an issue.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the mechanicals, because there's a lot of people that rave on, mechanical gyros exist, therefore Baltard exists. And I started looking into it, and I just couldn't find anything about
it's hard, dude. Yeah, so Matrix, I looked for, way back when we first started doing this, we looked really hard to find anything. It's really hard, dude, because it was classified. And then there's a point in time where they because it was used for the military, right? It was initially used in the Navy. So that mechanism, the device, and they also had it hooked up, the way it worked in a naval ship was they had the gyro compass, but the gyro compass was calibrated using a magnetic compass. They were actually electronically, not with digital electronics, so analog. They were hooked to each other, so they would give a uniform reading. So you would actually have both. So you'd have the gyro compass and the magnetic compass at the same time, and they would try to figure out their heading and shit from that. They didn't rely on just one or the other. But the whole Sperry patent, dude, all that shit was classified. So only one company made them, a company named Sperry Gyro Compass. Right, so it's SPERRY. So they made these gyro compasses, but their inner workings and all that crap were classified. The only thing we could ever get, we did get something that inside it's basically like a ball inside of inside of a bunch of gimbals. But the compass that's inside, but the wheel, there's a wheel inside of it, and that wheel is the ball itself is like a vacuum chamber, because to prevent drag and to prevent torque from air drag, right? So yeah, there's not a lot on it. It's pretty kind of black box to a degree.
Yeah, it was just really interesting. I'm looking up, I didn't go too far out of my way. But I was looking it up, and that's what I'm sitting there thinking, okay, is this flywheel made out of something in particular? Is it due to torque vectors on the flywheel itself that's generating some kind of magnetic flux within inside it? because the one video I did see, it was from FE Core, which I think Eggshells posted up, and yeah, it was just very interesting the way that the device behaved. They actually set it at west, south, and east, and timed it to see how long it tracked back to north. And at south, it took 84 minutes or 87 minutes to get back to north. But it behaves exactly the same way as a standard compass. So that to me says that it is following some kind of magnetic field, whether it's super duper weak or not, and that's why it takes so long to track. I don't know, but my interest was more in the causation. What is causing it to track back to magnetic? So there must be something magnetic in it, not gyroscopic. So yeah, I was just wondering what the...
Well, it'll become magnetic, right? So if it creates a current, there's going to be a magnetic field. It's just a consequence.
Yeah, I just didn't know how it did it, though. That was all. That was my thing.
Yeah, so any accelerating piece of metal in a magnetic field, which a rotating disc is, every part of the disc is accelerating because it's changing direction. It's spinning, right? So the whole entire disc is accelerating in a magnetic field. But the thing, just to go back to the FE core, it's when you're talking about the FE core gyro compass. People never realized that the very first thing was first test. They go, he says, this is spinning. This went the wrong way. So it rotated the wrong way. When it went to align itself, it went in the wrong direction. But if the alignment is caused by a torque by the rotation of the Earth, then that's impossible.
Yes.
You understand? Because it went the opposite direction of the force.
Because he explains it all, that it should technically go this direction all the time, whereas in actual fact, it goes this direction, this, and showed all the different ways and things that it had done. They explained it all, but yeah, I was just wondering about the initial causation. So now that you've said that the high spinning disc running through a mag field, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And you know what? And the only way it's not going to get a torque from the magnetic field is if it's aligned with the magnetic field, right? So if it's running parallel to the magnetic field, the direction of the disc, right? So the flat part is parallel with the magnetic field, then you won't get a torque.
Yep.
It's only when it's perpendicular. So it's going to try and write itself perpendicular using the same principle, right? There's a torque caused by the Lorentz force that's causing the freaking gyro to process it and align itself until it doesn't experience a torque, and that would only happen is when it's aligned north and south.
Huh, cool. All right, cheers, man. Thank you.
I know I saw Eggshells talking about it, but I didn't want to talk to him because he's such a clown. That was a couple of days ago. So I was like a lot of times I see people in here talking about stuff, and it's the person, I just don't even want to. I know that it's if I start, it's just oh, that's fucking an hour of my life wasted talking to some fucking anti-flat earther zealot.
Cable guy, slow down.
The internet don't work through satellites. Dude, what are you even talking about?
Well, it's pretty bad, Indio, because he said earlier, well, I know the sun goes under my feet because there's people I can call in other countries. Come on, dude. If this was a book where you connect the dots, bro, you're trying to connect dots that are not even in the same book, my guy. Come on, dude. Crazy.
Shoot your laser to the ISS and see how far it is compared to the airplane, and then shoot your laser at a fire that we know is 30 miles away, and then see what it says, because we'll know how far it is, and then shoot it at one that's 50, on Earth first, and then shoot it through a little bit of water. Just a kilometer of water.
Okay, if it can hit something 39 light years away, you're going to have to wait 39 years for the signal to bounce back, bro.
I did not say 39 light years. I don't know where the fuck you got that.
Yeah,
I said 3. I said
93
3.
million light years.
I said
what's
3.
the difference? So they detected the bounce back from 3 light years away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when they shot the laser 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's what that would imply.
What they bounce it off of?
The sun, the thing we've been talking about.
The sun isn't 3 light years away. The sun's supposed to be 93 million miles away. That should be a 16-minute round trip.
No,
So
yeah.
you think they
Sorry,
bounced the laser
I
off the
misunderstood
sun?
the question. I thought you were asking about the sun. No, yeah.
So your argument is they bounced the laser off the
They
sun?
say in this article, that they were directly trying to measure a black hole, and they hit they hit another solar body, and it was detected at 3, and that just happens to be the longest that they've ever done. But they were trying to measure something else.
Yeah, that's a cool story. But you just said they bounced the laser off the sun?
Well, when they were measuring the sun, yes, that would be the separate question.
That's bullshit.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why it's bullshit. You're going to have to look at the sun to see the laser because that's where the laser bounce is coming from, right? It's coming from where the sun is?
No, the computer does that because humans are not able for
What do
obvious
you mean?
reasons.
What do you mean the computer does that? The computer does what?
The computer has an internal reading of how far the laser it's generating is going and whether or not it hits something.
Okay. Look,
the same way that all of our computers right now are doing that.
That's not how that works, dude. You're just making shit up. So
okay,
they would have to watch
the argument. Sure. Sounds like I'm the one answering all the questions with detail, and you just
no,
go,
you're making shit up. No, you're not letting me finish, dude. So it's really simple. To know how far a laser went, you shoot the laser, and then you time, using the constant speed of light, you time how long it takes the laser to bounce back to you. Then you divide it by 2, and then you have the distance. Now, if you're looking at the sun, the laser isn't bright enough to see against the background of the sun. The sun would be considered noise. It will be way
computer doesn't
brighter.
need to see with eyeballs. That's the point of the computer doing it because it's better
There's
than a
no
human.
limitation, still signal to noise ratio limitation. Okay?
Can you provide a source for that?
That there's a signal to noise ratio limitation?
4 sources now. Can you provide a source for what you just said about lasers? Go ahead.
That there's a signal to noise ratio? Okay.
And also
so
you gave a calculation
where
where you were dividing by 2. Can you give that as well?
Okay. Well, we can just do real simple. We got the inverse square law, right?
No. You made a claim about dividing by 2. Can you give me a source for that?
Well, common sense says you divide by 2. Distance
walking
over,
you through
distance
it right
back.
now.
You're like a legit retard? Bro.
Yeah.
Okay, if the speed of light, let's say the sun's 300,000 meters away. You shoot the laser, and then you get the return signal back 2 seconds. You go, oh, the constant speed of light, it's 300 meters per second. So that means if it takes 2 seconds to get the bounce, 300,000 meters there, 300,000 meters back. How far is it away? I don't know. It's complicated. You gotta be a legit fucking retard, dude.
It is complicated, which is why the computer does it.
I was being facetious, dude. I wasn't being serious.
Okay.
If light travels at 300 meters per second, and I shoot a laser and I get the reflection 2 seconds later, how far away is that object?
I don't know. I'm not a computer that does that.
This is simple mathematics, dude, that you should have learned in 3rd grade.
I'm not going to answer any more of your questions until you provide a source.
Did you learn?
You'll do what you're told.
The speed of light? You want a source for the speed of light?
Wait for a source.
You want a source for the speed of light?
Sorry, India, what's the question?
I'm asking if he wants a source for what the speed of light is.
No, I want a source for your claim that the
So he doesn't want it, India. So what's next? Listen, bro, we'll be asking the questions tonight.
He doesn't want the speed of light. He doesn't want to know how to measure, how to calculate it.
I want it. Yeah. I just want it, dude. I don't know why I do this. Why do I try to get? I don't know why I try to get through the retarded people. I really don't.
Bros,
you're legit. No, you're mad low IQ, dude. I hate to tell you that, dude. You got like an 85 or 90 IQ.
Room temperature, bro. Like very low room temperature. Shit's crazy. Honestly, India, you want to put it in the chat for?
It's really simple. You can go on Google, right, and you can look up how much power in watts does the sun deliver to the Earth, and then you Google what's the most powerful laser that they shoot into space. And then you can calculate the inverse square law. Then you can get the distance, 186 million miles. You can do the calculation of how much power it's going to lose over that distance. Never mind how much power you're going to lose from the reflection, and never mind the fact that what you see the sun is the photosphere, and there's nothing to even fucking bounce off of in the first place, because you don't see the solar surface. That's the photosphere. Yeah, did you know that you don't actually see the sun, solar surface? The point is that when that bounces back, it isn't going to be greater than the 1,400 watts per square meter that the solar radiation is. So that means the sun is going to blast out whatever frickin' laser you saw, whatever laser you shot. Because the sun has a complete spectrum. So it doesn't matter. You can't like pick it out by wavelength. You can't be like, we're going to use a specific wavelength and then we'll see that wavelength because the sun doesn't emit it. Nope, the sun emits every fucking wavelength. So that ain't going to work. So go right. Do you understand a fucking word of anything I said?
Yeah.
Do you need to Google
the only problem is I want a source.
Okay, the inverse. I'll give you a list. Inverse square law, constant speed of light, claimed distance of the sun, how much power is emitted by the sun by the surface of the Earth per meter. Right? You can go on any calculator and type in. It'll say what's the source of the laser. Put it in. What's the distance? Put it in. So you need the.
Are you gonna post a source, or are you gonna keep yapping?
Yeah, dude. I'm not doing your homework for you, dude.
Okay,
because
I'm done listening.
This is basic shit.
It's not gonna happen.
Look, post the source. You're gonna have to read it, right? Okay,
yeah.
I really want to post the inverse square law. Okay, I guess I have to post the inverse square law. Like, this is child's level, dude.
I would also like a source that the light from the laser is disrupted by the sun.
I didn't say that. I said it would be drowned out. Okay,
Yeah,
so say I got a candle.
Sure.
So genius. Say I got a candle and I take 1,000-watt fucking floodlight, and I put the candle in the line of sight of the floodlight. Can you see the candle flame?
No.
There's no fucking. Of course not. So the sun is brighter than the fucking laser, dumb fuck. So you can't see the laser.
We don't need but again, it's being measured by a computer, not a human
That
eyeball.
doesn't matter.
That's the difference.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
computer
matter.
can detect how far it's going.
No, it can't. You're making shit up. You're making shit up, dude. You're making shit up. I told you how.
Okay, well, that's not an argument to anything that I said.
Okay,
I can just put my hands in my ears and go la 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 too.
Post your source.
Not what happened.
It doesn't matter.
Post your citation then. Post your citation.
I've already posted and explained how lasers work. I'm done doing that.
No,
I'm still
you
waiting
have
on your
no idea
citation.
how. You
I'm
have
still waiting
no
on your
idea how
citation. I
lasers
posted
work.
like 5 already.
Let's see. Scientists measure the diameter of the sun. That's not a laser.
I'm still waiting on your citation. I am done posting citations until I get one from one of you guys.
No, you didn't post a citation for what you claimed.
I have already posted 2.
But they don't back what you claimed, dude. There's citation about the sun. Yeah, fine.
I have already posted citations. You have not. It is your turn now.
I have to post the inverse square law. Seriously. Okay.
He's gone into a montage or a mantra.
Yeah, so I'm gonna post like 5 different sources.
Listen,
I can't.
You guys
I
are
can't
just mad that there are people out there smart.
There's no you guys, bro. You are getting cooked 6 ways to Sunday right now.
It's the inverse square law. Okay. Distance of the sun. It's monkey level shit right now. Astronomical unit. Look, the distance to the sun, inverse square law. You can calculate if you have a source how much power you lose over 93 million miles, and then it has to bounce back off the sun and come back to Earth. So whatever power it was when it got to the sun, it's going to lose that same amount of power when it comes back, and it's going to have to be brighter than the sun when it gets back to the Earth, which you made.
You know, I am actually reading.
So you're reading Andrew Square Law?
Well, so I'll read that next, but one thing that I am reading right now is that apparently we actually did not bounce the lasers off the sun. So they lied.
Yeah, no shit.
They lied or you lied, bro? Because you were dead ass serious about
Hold on,
that.
CB. He was only passing information on, which is the same shit we were all taught at schools.
Who is they? Who is they? Who lied to you?
Well, the other article that I read said that we actually bounced it off the sun, but this is posted by NASA, and they're claiming that they measured the sun by bouncing it off of our own atmosphere and then doing some
fail,
kind of
bro.
math. I don't know. I don't understand it.
That's
a huge sense to me.
Doing some kind of math. You had a lot of balls
Yeah,
in
no,
yourself,
this makes way less sense.
Yeah, no fucking shit, bro.
But I will say I'm not an expert, so it's very possible that I'm just too uneducated to understand.
We know that.
That's the point. You don't even know how telescopes
Look,
work.
we have PhDs, or dude getting his PhD in astrophysics that's in here regularly. Okay. This ain't the low hanging. This ain't the low hanging fruit, bro. Okay, I know you saw flat Earth up there in the title, and you're like, "Oh, that's where the low hanging fruit is." No, that's in one of the other channels. Made a big fucking error.
Bro, you know what? Shout out to you for being like somewhat humble about it, but bro, you were reading that shit off dead ass. You were so
Well, yeah, because it
serious.
seemed legit.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you need to like this should be a reflection of your entire belief in the globe in general.
Actually,
the fact that
CB, I got
Yeah.
a better idea. How about I get the link for the home server for him, so the young chap can log in there and go and check some information.
You said, wait a minute, maybe
can I ask you guys a question?
You got a small glimpse, a small tiny taste of the thing that we.
By the way, the internet doesn't work through satellites, bro. It's worldwide from undersea fiber optic cables.
Hooked. Shout out to you, bro. Honestly, this is probably not the glimpse into reality, the taste of truth. But man, it was a chance. The fact that you realized that was wrong, even though you were dead fucking serious about it.
I want to hear his question though. What's your question, buddy? Here, what's your question?
Well, yeah. So, my question is, what is your guys' explanation for the fact that it's day some places and night some other places?
Okay, the sun moves.
Right, but like, why does it go completely dark?
Because the air is not actually transparent. It's not transparent at long distances.
Air is going to
transparent
when it gets too far away?
Yes, you got it.
Right, but then, so if I'm standing on the beach and I'm looking out at the horizon and the sun is setting, from my POV, which you guys like to tout a lot about the whole direct observation stuff. So from my direct observation of that, it's not backing up away from me. It's going down.
No, when things back up away from you and they're above your head, they converge at the horizon. It's called the vanishing point. So, but that's not the important part. Take an art class. So, the very fact you said that you can look at the sun on the horizon proves my point. Because you can't look at the sun when it says solar noon, but you can look directly at the sun when it's on the horizon because it has to go through air that's immensely thicker. Right? That air absorbs the light, and you can look directly at it. And when the sun goes far enough away, it gets dark. Right? And we have this thing called twilight, right? We got nautical twilight, astronomical twilight, civil twilight. It isn't like the Terminator line that you think is on the moon, right? Phases of the moon, that there's a fucking line that just cuts the fucking ball in half. We don't experience anything like that. It gets darker slowly. It don't just shut off because of a rotating Earth.
I don't know. That makes less sense to me than the globe. I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Cool, bro. A lot of things make sense.
So twilight, which we observe to exist, don't make sense to you. Sorry. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Your explanation doesn't make sense.
Well, here, let me try one.
It does make sense because you said that you can look at the sun directly when it's setting. But if you look at it at noon, you'll burn your fucking eyes out. Why is that?
Because it's like visible.
Why are you burning your eyes out when you're looking at it on the horizon?
Huh?
Why can you look directly at the sun when it's on the horizon, but you can't look at it at noon? There's a reason.
Huh. You know, I never thought of that. I don't know.
It's because the air's thicker. You know, in 400 meters of water down, it's completely black. It's blacker than the blackest night. And that's because the water absorbs the light. But we're talking about thousands of miles. So if the sun is 2,000 miles away from you, the light has to travel through 2,000 miles of air. Can't reach you. There's fucking dust, particles, fucking clouds, storms, all sorts of shit in the way. I'm sure that you have been like on a day where a storm, like a dust storm rolls in and all the street lights come on and it becomes completely black in the dead of the day. The air is full of shit, dude. So there's lots of stuff in the air. And the longer the optical path the light has to travel through air, the more the air absorbs the light and the less light reaches you. So it does make sense. It's not as cool, I guess, as a rotating ball Earth. Fucking Matrix, dude. I love that cartoon, Matrix. That's a fucking great cartoon.
Yeah, it's clever, innit? I named that one Muppet Vision because that's what Oakley always says.
Dude, I put that on X, dude, when they're like, sunsets are impossible.
So when do you guys think all these scientists went so wrong?
Which ones?
Name one, bro.
Look,
I mean,
first of all,
the ones who claim to have measured or like been able to measure it. Like, are they all lying, or are they convinced by like faulty metrics?
No. So you just think there's a bunch of scientists out there that went and measured this shit? There ain't. You know how we know? We talked to them. Some of us in here, we've talked to like thousands of people, man.
Well, someone's got to be lying because I read an article that said that they measured it.
Yeah,
what did they do to measure it?
You said they lie and say they do measure it like weirdos.
Well,
like
NASA said that they measured it, so someone's lying.
With what? What did they measure it with?
They said they measured it with a laser. Remember with the
All
laser
right, you want to know something? Listen,
they measured what with a laser?
The distance between us and the sun. But then, I realized it did make sense whenever they explained how they did it. But I mean, like, whether or not it makes sense to me, I mean, if they didn't do it, no matter how they did it, they must be lying.
Look, dude, NASA says all sorts of shit. They say Uranus smells like farts. They say a window on a Uranus opens every day or every fucking other day to let gas out. They say all sorts of shit. NASA says that there's a fucking star that spins at 70,000 rotations per second. They said it rains diamonds on fucking Jupiter. They say all sorts of shit.
So then they must be lying.
Well, I mean, saying NASA's lying, there's like lots of employees at NASA. I don't know who the PR guy is. The PR guy's lying. Whoever fucking told them that out of their media department, yeah, they were lying. The media department guy probably don't even know either. The thing is, lying, you have to know what the truth is and then tell the opposite. Saying NASA's lying, there's 40,000 people at NASA, there's some dude sweeping the floor, there's some dude freaking cooking in the cafeteria.
Well, I'm talking about the people that are claiming to have done the calculations and reported the data. That's what I'm talking about.
What data?
The data that they claim to have measured using lasers bouncing it.
Well, I have to see the data.
Well, go check the links. I mean, I can send you the NASA link if you want.
There's data in the link?
Well, the data that they claim, yeah.
Or is it just like a link to a web page where they said they did it?
Well, yeah. So that's my point. Is like if NASA is posting that they did this, that they measured this, and these are their findings.
When you say NASA, you gotta just start saying
and
NASA.
in fact did not, then they're lying. And it's not just the janitor that's lying. It's someone who is claiming to have access to these measurements and knowledge, which would have to be someone pretty high up.
Yeah, and who's gonna call them out?
Well, I don't know. Probably no one, but
Exactly. They have no accountability. They literally fucking blew people up in the space shuttle, dude. And nobody was held accountable for that shit. Yeah, that's just one job. Their job is to ultimately, their actual job is to lobby Congress to give them more money. They have to do this every, maybe they'll pass like a 1-year budget, 3-year budget, whatever. Whatever the budget process is, when they get rolled out, their job is to go to Congress and get more money. How do they do that? They have to claim they can do fantastic things.
Yep.
No one in Congress or none of their staffers is going to fucking check. They're not going to look up and see if NASA bounced lasers off the sun. Did they really do that? Let's go check. The thing is, they have to go up and they have to testify, and they go, and it's not anybody with any direct knowledge of it, right? It's some administrator at NASA. He was told, "Hey, your dudes bounced the laser off the sun," and he goes and he reports that we bounced the laser off the sun. We need more money because now we want to bounce the laser off fucking whatever, right? So it's just a boondoggle, man. It's just one more government fucking grift.
How do
that's your
you?
question.
So you guys are flat earthers, right?
Yeah, you're a genius, bro.
So how do you explain eclipses, seasons, tides, stars?
Are you reading a list?
No, I'm just these are all things that have to do with the Earth being.
It's a classic, bro.
Well, I'm just asking for them to explain it.
Okay.
How do you explain eclipses?
You're the one that needs to explain eclipses, not us.
Exactly.
Okay, so something. How do you think that eclipses, the time eclipse happens? How do you think that's predicted?
Probably with how the moon's rotation is across when it orbits around the Earth to when it's lined up with the sun.
Nope.
That's exactly how it's explained.
No, it's not. That's not how it's predicted. In fact, that doesn't work.
It does.
Yeah, you're just saying it does.
Well, that's how an eclipse happens.
Yeah, no, that's the story.
Go on.
So eclipses, and they've been predicted since 2000 BC, before the globe. They use something called a solar cycle, and that tells you when eclipses happen. They happen on a cycle over and over and over again.
Right,
that's how we know when they happen. They don't use a heliocentric. If you use a heliocentric model and you try to model Earth, Moon, Sun in a 3D model, it doesn't accurately predict eclipse times.
All right. Well, you're trying to explain.
So you need to explain it because your heliocentric model don't even predict that shit.
So can I say something to you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to ignore what I say and change the subject. But go ahead.
I'm gonna say you trying to tell me how to explain eclipse happens doesn't actually tell me that they don't happen, which would have to be due to a global Earth, because some people on Earth don't see it.
Well, that's your claim, dude.
Well, that's just the truth.
No, your claims aren't the truth, dude.
So if the Earth was flat, everybody should be seeing the eclipse at the same time.
No, that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
That makes perfect sense.
No, that's nonsense.
That's a perfect sense. The Earth was flat.
Yeah, if you don't know how vision works, yeah, that makes perfect sense if you have Muppet vision.
That a global Earth would cause eclipses to happen on certain sides of the Earth.
Why did things get smaller as they? Well, here's a better one. When I go to railroad tracks and I look at them, why do the railroad tracks, even though they're parallel, why do they come together to a point?
When you say parallel, what are they parallel to?
Each other.
Okay.
Railroad tracks are parallel to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look that way?
Like what do you mean?
If you go stand on some railroad tracks, don't they look like they come to a point?
If they're going
at the horizon, right? They converge at the horizon.
Yes, the distance.
That's what they look like. Okay. Well, the sky does the same thing. What's above you comes down to the horizon, and the ground rises up to the horizon. It's called the vanishing point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why you can't see to the other side of the world. Perspective. Not because it's a ball.
It's called geolinear foreshortening. It's the technical term.
It's not geolinear foreshortening. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
That's what
question.
No, the technical term is linear perspective. It's a subset of projective geometry. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D surface, like your eye, a camera lens, film, something like that. So when it's projected, right, it's only projected in angles. And the farther away something is subtends a smaller angle. So if you have railroad tracks, even though the railroad tracks are 4 feet, when they're close to you, that's one angle, but when they're far away, that angle diminishes and diminishes and diminishes and diminishes. But they're still 4 feet away from each other.
How is it projected on 2D?
It's projected onto a 2D surface.
You just said distance. That would have to do with 3D.
Dude.
If you're clocking distance.
Dude, don't do it. Don't try it. Okay?
Just being honest with you, man.
No, you're not. You're trying to be deceptive.
You haven't been honest since you joined, bro.
Okay? I said the 3D world vision is the 3D world projected. Perspective is the 3D world being projected onto a 2D surface. The 2D surface in this case is your retina. The retina of your eye, the inside smooth surface of your eyeball.
Yeah.
It comes through the lens. That what's outside the lens gets flipped, and then it's projected onto. You can actually look in somebody's eye, and you can see what they're looking at projected onto the inside of their eye. How they discovered it. But anyway, then your brain inverts the image back to the way it is. So the point is that that's what perspective is. The 3D world gets projected onto a 2D surface. That's why it's a subset of projective geometry, because it's a projection.
Indio, may I ask Jodab something?
I'm learning.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
Jodab, would you please?
I like
Jodab, just a question. Would you explain to us the reason of the lunar eclipse?
Yeah, I would like
how
to know.
Lunar...
You can explain to me how eclipses don't happen, but just because you can
no one said they don't happen. Nobody said they don't happen. You straw man and you freaking loser. No, we're not going to listen to that dishonest motherfucker. We didn't say they don't happen. Nobody ever said that. We did not imply it.
Misunderstanding.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. You're a piece of shit.
Jodab, just tell us.
This is the second time you've said it.
I know it is.
Look up the Gegenschein. That's how it works.
Okay, you can be muted too. I'd rather talk to no one than liars.
Just tell us how the lunar eclipse happens. How the lunar eclipse, according to the heliocentric temple.
Berserk, why are you asking him? He has no fucking clue, bro. He just tried to tell us. He's like, that's exactly how eclipses happen. And Indio debunked it in 3 seconds.
Yeah. I didn't even bring up the Selenarian eclipse or anything like that. It could have got a lot worse. Being nice.
But it's easier because on the lunar eclipse, supposedly, as the heliocentric model tells us, it happens because the Earth goes between the moon and the sun, right? I wanted to lead him to the point where I could ask why we cannot perceive the S factor when you throw a shadow.
Oh my God, he's gonna have no idea what that is, bro.
High IQ Berserk, bro. You gotta read the room, dude.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean because
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Because when you throw a shadow on a stair with steps, and then the steps would break the shadow.
Okay, I'll ask him about it. I'll ask him about it. So check this out. So you think that the shadow in a lunar eclipse, right? That's the shadow of the Earth projected onto a sphere of moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you realize that spheres only cast round shadows on flat surfaces, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So it couldn't project a round shadow onto a curved surface. Because when that shadow crosses the center line, it would make an S. It would be S-shaped because the moon would be curving one way and the other way. Right? So when the shadow crosses over the center line of the moon, that shadow is going to curve the other way. So it would form an S shape. Has anybody ever observed this?
I'm new to it. I'm confused. So do you guys believe in
Max, I
when you
believe him.
say a flat Earth? Like what type of like shape would the Earth be? Like a flat surface?
We don't believe in a shape, dude.
Here we go,
It's not a shape.
What would you say it is?
Okay, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space. See, when you think about like how reality the universe is, right? You think of I'll just give it to you. You incorporate, probably without knowing it, because they just teach you in school, I guess the fact, the Copernican principle. That Earth is not unique. That it's just like everything else, right? It doesn't have. It's not unique from anything else in the universe,
Mm-hmm.
right? You think that. So you take. Well, do you think Earth is a planet?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay,
so.
then that means it wouldn't be unique, right?
I mean, it's unique enough to host life. It's pretty rare.
I mean, unique.
You asked about
That's
the
the
shape,
only
bro.
thing. When I say unique, I mean absolutely unique. Whereas there's nothing else like it. Not. It shares similar things with other things, dude. There's no similarities. I'm saying zero similarities to anything else.
Yeah.
See, that's called the Copernican principle. When you think that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. So that idea is incorporated into your worldview. So when you think about reality, you think Earth is not special, and it's inside a giant vacuum floating around, orbiting, spinning, all this shit. Right? When I say, hey, picture the Earth in your mind, what do you see? You imagine seeing the Earth from some third-person viewpoint.
Yeah.
A viewpoint you've never had.
Yeah, like photos you see online. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, third person, like a third-person shooter, right? Top down, you're looking down on everything. But nobody has ever seen it from that point of view. We see the world from a first-person point of
Do you
view.
believe in like space travel then?
No.
Let's try to get to your questions as you
No,
ask them.
I'm trying to be very basic, like
I know,
like
no, I
lay out.
understand.
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm laying a broad foundation, dude. So like, you don't come and have to ask another question. So I'm laying a broad foundation. So when you say, "What's the shape of the Earth?" that implies that the Earth is inside some giant space, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't think that. We don't think the Earth is in outer space. We don't think the Earth is in a giant vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a third disk from the sun. We don't think any of that shit.
Fuck.
Okay. Earth is synonymous with universe.
So its own thing, its own separate thing.
It's everything.
It is the thing. That's the thing.
There's nothing else.
Nothing else. Okay, I get it. All right.
You look at the stars, you see points of light. There's no land in the sky, bro.
So I do have
You
a
can
question.
apply the same thing to a human.
Indio, man.
I'm stealing all your shit, brother.
I don't mean
Yeah, I was gonna say you
sound-
gonna have to pay royalties, man. Come on, man.
I don't mean to sound like I'm very naive and like to this whole thing, but so when you say that, let's say 1,000 years ago, like was that something that's always been? Has it been something that's?
What do you mean? Well,
You say that it's its own thing, like we're anonymous to the
No.
universe.
Let me just jump in here real quick.
Go ahead.
What is the shape of the universe?
The universe?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has a shape.
Oh, well, has that been like a thing for like thousands of years, or have people always thought that?
From what we know, that it's ever expanding, which means it doesn't have a definite shape.
Here we go. We don't know that, bro. The point is, it's like, yeah, cause
yeah, it's like I just think it's funny that these guys say, "Well, it's expanding," so I don't have to answer that question because it's in motion or something. It's crazy to me. If the Earth was a sphere and it was expanding, would it still be a sphere? I mean, Jesus Christ, man! Like,
I don't think the Earth's expanding.
Oh my god!
Okay. Anyway, it was kind of a joke, but
yeah,
the point is, not everything has an idealized shape. Anyway, if I said, "Hey, what's the shape of a rock?" you couldn't tell me what the shape of a rock is. because rocks have all different shapes. They're irregular, right? All you can say it's irregular, but we don't think the Earth is inside something. So asking what shape it is has no meaning.
I got you. No, see,
because it's like, where's the boundary? Well, if you step outside that boundary, you're outside of reality, dude. Like you're like that. It's like meaningless. It's like going outside of the simulation. If you were like a simulation theorist, right? Say you thought you were in a simulation. There is no outside the simulation. Like there is no out there because you're a computer program. The out of the simulation doesn't exist.
Bullshit.
Do you guys believe in cause and effect?
Here we go, bro.
Well, I don't know your guys' whole basis, so it all comes down to certain things. Like you say one thing, then I wonder about the other.
Bro thinks if you know the cause and effect, you know everything. That's not true.
What does this have to do with?
I'm just wondering if you think that the Earth's its own thing. What do you think the cause of that is? Just always been like.
I know this statement, this debate before.
Here we go, bro. You wanna?
Created.
Yeah,
there's only two choices, right? There's only two choices: created or not created.
Yeah.
I can't think of a scenario where a flat Earth would be an uncreated.
Always been.
No, I don't mean always been. Yeah, look, the time period is important.
Mm-hmm.
How did it get here? Why does it exist? It has to be created by a mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there is no natural processes that would lead to a flat Earth universe. At least none that I haven't heard any hypothesis of how it happened through naturalistic, materialistic causes.
So,
Are you a bigger banger, bro? Are you a big bang, bro?
So then, would you, with all this?
All right, let's not answering that, I guess. Do you believe in the Big Bang, dude?
Oh, I'm not too. I mean, I'm a religious man.
Oh,
I don't want to interrupt nobody, but I just put my head. Well, I apologize. And
No, I'm a
Holy
religious
smokes,
man.
dude.
I find it just easy to live by it. Not really too.
I'm gonna scream into my mic. I don't want to interrupt nobody while I interrupt everybody. Fucking people, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah,
well, I don't mean to sound like naive with the whole thing, but I'm just. If you say, do you think that people like our higher ups are lying to us, or do you think that they're misunderstood? Because that's how it's
I think my thing is 99.99999% of people don't know, and they believe it's a goal because that's what they were taught.
Yep.
And do you think the people that found that out, if you believe that they found it out,
we're right here.
Were lying? Well, no, I'm saying the people who are wrong. Are they lying to us and they know, or they're actually
no, they don't. No, they don't know. Like the only people I can say, hey, these people, this group of people is definitely lying, would be the Apollo astronauts because they're the only ones.
You don't think they went to the moon?
Well, it's not just that. I mean, it's way beyond that. That's just the tip of the iceberg. But the point is that those people, they're the only people that have ever claimed to see the entire Earth as a ball. Right? So the people in the ISS, they would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So they couldn't definitively say Earth is a ball because they don't see enough of the Earth.
Yeah.
The only people that have seen the Earth who even would have seen, that have firsthand primary knowledge that the Earth is a ball, is the Apollo astronauts. So they would be lying. Everybody else, other than that group of people, those 27 people, they're believers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they can't be lying. It's impossible because they don't know anything from which to lie.
Yeah.
Because you have to know the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can lie. You could believe something and say, I don't believe that, right?
Yeah.
But that would be different. You still don't know anything. You're still in the same situation where you're saying you don't believe something that you believe, but that doesn't bring you to any point of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
So, but the Apollo astronauts claim they have knowledge.
How many other countries have been to the moon?
Zero,
dude.
Well, what they tell us is what I meant to say. My bad.
Well, I mean, the Nazis did. They got an alien moon base up there, right?
Well, I know probability isn't like an argument that's fair, but would you I find it kind of hard to believe that all these other countries that have been to the moon, they're all working together and lying about it.
I got this one. I got this one. Just rewind the clock. Just 3 years ago, and everyone was moving in lockstep. So this argument that like, oh well, this country should have called out this country. Did they do that just recently? No, they didn't. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's a one world. What?
Yeah.
He doesn't know. One world. Good. All right, bro. Just don't worry about it.
Whatever. They're all a bunch of frenemies. Let's put it that way.
Never heard of one world government.
You know what a frenemy is? That's what they are. They're frenemies. They're enemies in public, but behind closed door, they're friends.
Yeah.
It's like that chick, right? It's like, you know, you got a side piece, right? So it's like, you know, why is a fat chick like a moped? You don't want your friends to see you riding either one of them. Right? So it's the same thing, right? In public, they don't want I don't fucking talk to those fucking Russians. They're fucking a bunch of goddamn fascists or communists or whatever that I hate today is, and they pretend that they don't like them. Like even now, they're like, we sanction the shit out of Russia. They're just still buying mad shit from them. Like, what are you talking about? It's a bullshit. It's a game. Because there's one thing, and you have to agree on this. There's like almost no doubt of this, is that there's one thing all governments have in common as a goal, and that is control of their domestic population.
Yeah.
They have their interests align in that regard. United States the government wants to control their population. Russia wants to control their population. Britain wants to control their population. Zambia wants to control their population. So they all agree on that. It's to control their domestic population. And they always tell each other, don't get involved in the domestic politics of other countries. Just don't do that. You get involved in international politics, that's fine. But that's a domestic politics. And hold on, because there's one more point that I got to drive home. So we have the laws of land warfare, right? Human rights conventions. They only apply to when you're attacking another country. They don't apply to your own country. So using biological, nuclear, or chemical weapons on your domestic population is not a war crime. Did you know that?
No.
It's only a war crime when you do it to a foreign country.
Damn.
Yeah. Think about that. So when they say, Assad gassed his own people, what came of that? Not a fucking thing, because there's nothing they can do about it. Because when they passed the laws of land warfare back in the 1930s, they specifically said, oh, no, we can gas our guys. We can gas our citizens.
So do you think that them lying to the population about the the Earth?
Who's lying? But that's the thing. Who's lying?
What you're saying, yeah. I'm not too sure. I'm just saying. But do you think that if that hypothetical, or
I look at it from the necessary.
They're lying for control of us? Like I don't see how them lying about all.
Most people just believe it, dude. They're not lying.
So they're not lying.
Most people just believe it. It's a tradition. Like, look, dude. Say you don't believe in. Let's say you didn't believe in religion. You're a fucking atheist. I said to you, and I said Jesus is God. What do you think all the government officials are lying? Because we live in a Western Christian tradition. Most of the people are going to believe Jesus is God in this tradition, right? They don't believe it because they go to church or read the Bible or anything like that. It's just a tradition. So their parents went to church, their grandparents went to church, their great-grandparents went to church. So they consider themselves Christians. They don't do anything that's Christian, but they consider themselves that. The parents is like, are they lying? No, they believe Jesus is God. But they don't like there's nothing to it though. They only believe it because they were told that by their parents and their teachers or whatever. So a lot of people just believe the Earth's a globe because they were told it. They weren't taught it, they were just told it. You go to kindergarten, there's a globe in the corner of the classroom. They say Earth's a globe. The first thing they teach you, Christopher Columbus, right? Christopher Columbus proved the Earth was round when he sailed from fucking Spain. Nobody believed him. He was trying to get to India or some bullshit, right? So they had their whole bullshit story. It's like one of the very first things they teach you in school. Like the very first things. They teach you that before they teach you the alphabet.
Well, do you not think that happened?
I don't know.
What, Christopher Columbus?
If we were to sail from where he was and do the exact same thing he did, would we be at a different spot or would we be in India?
Christopher Columbus was lost.
So yeah, I understand, but let's just say
He was lost. He'd have happened to end up in the Gulf Stream and end up in Cuba.
So let's just say we sailed from where he did what he actually wanted to do, and he went, west, and then he landed in India. Do you think that we land in India, or do you think we land in the United States?
What?
Yeah, well, he could have never landed, and he would have had to sail around South America, right?
Do you think he was just lost? And
no, he was lost. They have his logs, and they've recreated his route, and they've recreated the instrumentation and astronomical navigation techniques he used. And basically, they found out that you doing what he did, you'd be off by 15 miles per day.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so that's a lot when your journey's fucking 4 months. You're way the fuck off. You don't know where you are. So the point is that he was lost. He almost starved to death in fucking Cuba. He had to, whatever. The story is the story. The point is that this is one of the first things they teach you. It's just a Western tradition. Believe me, if you go to school in India, this isn't the first thing they're teaching you. You go to school in China, this isn't the first thing they're teaching you. Or Afghanistan, or fucking, this is a Western tradition. And because we're Westerners, we think that everybody thinks this.
I believe there's globes.
Who discovered the globe? Who came up with the idea to discover the globe? Who figured it out, right? In the story. Right, Greeks. The Greeks figured it out. The Greeks are Westerners. Who carried it along a little farther? Ptolemy. Who carried along a little farther than that? Copernicus. He's Italian. Who carried a little further than that? Galileo. He's Italian. Who carried a little farther than that? Kepler. He's fucking Norwegian or fucking whatever he is. Then who carried it further? Newton. He's fucking British. Right? So it's a Western tradition. The whole idea is a Western tradition. Now, in China, they were flat earthers into the fucking 20th century.
Oh,
the 20th century, dude. So the beginning of the 1900s, until the Jesuits displaced the emperor, and this is a historical fact. This isn't like me saying it's a Jesuit conspiracy. They did it. They subverted the emperor. They took over China. That's the way it is. Okay? But the thing is, until they were taken over, they were flat earthers, the population of China, Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Until the West basically took over the governments of those countries. So the way the globe is actually spread is by the barrel of a gun. We have fucking cannons and you don't. It's literally it. You got bows and arrows. We have fucking cannons and gunpowder.
Yeah. So
who your leaders, who your knowledge keepers. We're gonna kill them first. We're gonna try to rewrite your entire fucking history.
Yeah.
This is the way the real world works. I mean, if you just figure this out now, I mean,
I'm just trying to figure out how you guys explain all of the universe's ways, like the whole
just
stars.
explain the universe.
You got
explain the whole universe, bro.
You gotta realize you've been told
I'm
a
not
story.
explaining the universe. With just how let's just say you look up in the sky, as time goes, you don't see the star, and then you do see the star, that type of thing.
Maybe they're moving.
Or what's your way of things are moving?
Yeah, everything's just the way you see it. The sun moves, not the earth. The sky moves, not the earth. The moon moves, not the earth. The earth looks flat because it is flat. You don't have to imagine it being a ball too big to see. It's just the way it is. So it is the way it appears to be.
But it has to be flat.
Yeah, facts.
It looks flat. That's not listen, but don't get confused of me saying, "Oh, it looks flat." That's proof it's flat. It's not proof it's flat, but it's a good piece of evidence on what it actually is. You don't look at something and go, "That looks flat. It must be curved."
Mm-hmm.
Right? That would be fucking dumb. It's like it would say, "Hey, looking flat is evidence of it being curved." That would be stupid. Like looking flat is evidence of it being flat. Okay, so if someone says, "Hey, dude, it's actually not flat,"
Well,
you're a little ant on a giant beach ball. That's fine. You can say that. Now bring the evidence, right? You bring the evidence that my visual perception is an illusion.
You guys say it moves, but it doesn't just move. It explains itself. Like the way it moves is proof.
Explanations ain't worth a shit, dude. I can explain why the fucking Bruce Banner turns into the Hulk.
I'm just saying, like the way the Earth moves explains why you see stars at certain
It
times.
doesn't move. That's the thing.
The sky moves. The sky.
The sky moves.
Yes.
So would the sun move?
Yeah,
You see
is
that?
that's what we
It's the
see.
moon Earth. So why do you think the Earth doesn't move?
Why would it?
Because we don't perceive it to move. I mean, there's other reasons, like there's experiments which demonstrate the Earth does not move.
So
Wait, no, hold a minute. Why are you? First of all,
moving,
why are you comparing the Earth to the sun and moon? Name one single resemblance. We'll wait. Yeah, cooked, bro. There's no reason to start comparing the Earth to the sun and the moon. That's crazy. Yes, they move. No, the Earth doesn't move. Very
So you
simple.
believe the sun and moon move, right?
No, that's what you observe.
Well, that's what he just said.
Well, it's not a belief that we have to offer you. It's just
It's
what
not
you
a
see.
belief. That's
So
what
they
you
do
see,
move.
dude.
So do you think are they orbiting the Earth?
Orbiting.
Yeah.
Like
What do you
going
mean by
around.
orbit?
Listen, dude.
I mean, are they
Okay,
orbiting the Earth?
listen, dude. We're like
Not the way you're thinking of it.
Okay, this is what you don't understand. We're strict empiricists.
Yeah.
We go by what the actual observational or experimental evidence is. Nobody has ever, in the history of mankind, ever observed an orbit of anything ever.
Well,
Ever. Not
night and
once.
day.
That's not an orbit,
That's not
dude.
you observing an orbit. And observing an orbit would be seeing something go around another thing in a circle or an
How
ellipse.
would you guys explain night and day?
Okay, so listen.
Not from orbits,
Okay,
bro.
hold on, dude. Did you
I know,
hear what
that's
I
what I'm saying.
said?
That's what
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
Go on.
Observation of an orbit will be watching one body go completely around another body. You're gonna get banned from the server. That was a bad idea, Hannah.
Wait, what
Yeah,
happened?
Okay, yeah. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Right when you're about to make a point, you overtalk me, then someone comes in and interjects. Shit happens all day, every day. Anyway, it's this common thing. We know what you guys do. Anyway, the point is that nobody's ever observed an orbit. Observing an orbit would be to see one body go around another body completely.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody ever observed that?
Me.
Has anybody been outside the Earth and the Moon, right, and seen the Moon go around the Earth?
Hell no.
Yeah, that answer is no. Okay. No one's ever seen an orbit. Orbits are completely conceptual. From the viewpoint that we have on Earth, we don't see the planets orbit the sun. We don't see the fucking moons orbit Jupiter. We don't see any orbits. At best, we could say we see something. We see moons go in front of something, but we never see the quote unquote other side of the orbit.
Yeah.
Because luckily for them, or unlucky for them, you don't see them on the other side. You only see them on this side. So the point is that no one's ever observed an orbit. So you're asking us, does the moon orbit the sun? We're empiricists. We're going by what we actually observed, not the explanation, right? So the explanation always needs the evidence to back the explanation,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you say, hey, explain this. I go, okay, I can explain it. But the thing is, do I have the evidence to back the explanation?
I would say
and the thing with the globe is, you'll give me a lot of stories about the globe, a lot of explanations. There's millions of them. A bunch of ad hoc hypothesis, band-aids, frickin' duct tape, all sorts of shit to hold together. But there's no evidence for the fucking bullshit. That's the thing. There's no evidence. Shadow of the Earth and the Moon. What's the evidence of the shadow? Oh, what's the evidence of the shadow? Oh, what else would it be? That's not evidence of the shadow, though. It's not positive evidence. That's incredulity. That you can't think of something else, so it must be what you think it is. Which is logically flawed, obviously. Okay, we go by what we do, like. Okay, we go by. Hey, it is I can trust my own eyes. It is the way it appears. And if someone comes along and proves that it isn't the way it appears, I'll accept that evidence. But I'm not going to accept But I'm not going to accept the story that somehow I'm fucking hallucinating that the Earth looks flat.
So you think you're right?
Is that what you heard?
Here we go.
Asking a question.
What?
I know I'm not. There's no evidence to the contrary.
And do you have evidence against it? Everything else that makes you think that they're wrong to make you think you're right, or do you have evidence?
Yeah, the Earth looks flat.
Oh,
are you not listening? Okay. Experientially, you only ever going to experience a flat and motionless Earth. Someone wants to come around and say, "Hey, it's not flat; it's a ball. It's curving on the surface." Fine, present the evidence. If I say it's moving, fine, present the evidence. Don't tell me a story.
Well, I'm trying to ask you to explain
I go with evidence. Huh? What was
I'm
that?
asking you to explain why you think we see stars at a certain time, why day and night happens. I'm asking you to explain it through your.
Because the sun moves.
We already answered that.
And I get
it. I don't know if he was here. I don't know if he was here when the other guy. The sun moves away from where you are.
Right.
And then when it moves far enough away, sunlight, the air is not actually transparent. It has to go through air. When it's far enough away, it gets dimmer and dimmer, right? Twilight, dimmer and dimmer. And the sun's too far away. The light can't penetrate all that air to light up where you are.
Do you believe the Earth rotates?
No.
Hell no.
The sun moves. The Earth don't rotate.
Earth doesn't move at all, bro.
All right. And you think the Earth is flat as like a 2D type of flat? Like just
oh, Lord, here we go, bro.
Yeah, I know you're just
again, this isn't explained.
You're trolling, bro.
Nothing. 2D is a concept. It does not exist in
I'm
reality.
asking you to explain how the Earth is laid out. You could say it's not real, but you look at a flat object, you look at your screen right now, that's a shape. So I'm asking you to explain what the shape is.
You're respawning. We already answered this, brother. Hold on.
We'll talk the root back to the beginning, bro.
Yeah, I gotta address this. You respawned just now. We talked about the universe, remember? And you were like, well, I don't know what shape that is.
Well, I know
you probably also you probably don't also think of the universe as some sort of object, as if there's like,
compared to an object in the
hold on. We told you that the Earth, flat Earth, is not an object in a vacuum. So you're going back to trying to compare it
then what
to
is
an object in a vacuum. We just
hold
on, slow down. We've already answered you. It's more like the universe, which you don't know what shape it is because you're inside of it. You can't phase out of the universe to say what shape it is.
Okay, you're inside of the Earth too. Do you know what shape the Earth is?
No.
Because you're not sure of the shape exactly. Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do. What?
Get your ass up there.
Bro, is this guy retarded?
Well, I mean, don't you guys think that your guys' points that you're making are kind of a little bit? What is it? What's the word?
You and I have the same exact worldview.
I know.
Do you not understand the points?
Evade questions that go against you compared to actually explaining them.
It's not strong against
you guys try to say the Earth is its own, but there's no evidence to explain why the Earth is its own.
Why is there? It's no different than the universe, dude. You didn't need any.
Do you have evidence to the contrary?
I have evidence that there's a sun, there's a moon.
So
you're not saying there's no sun or moon.
And now what I'm saying is, with the way the moon and sun works, it explains that the Earth is indeed not flat.
Okay,
that has no.
First of all, the way it works is not an explanation. No, it's not perfect math. You're just making shit up. You don't know any of the math. You don't know what any of the data is. You don't know how any of those shit's predicted. Don't even try it, dude.
Well, then how do you think it's predicted without saying that
how it's predicted? It's not how it's not. Look, it's not what I think, dude. I'm not going by what I think. That's just the way it is. So the way the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, angle of the sun, azimuth, elevation, the way that's predicted is not with the globe. So that's not with the globe either. They use something called the equation of time. So they assume that you're a point in space, in that it only tells you where the sun is relative to the celestial equator. The celestial equator is an imaginary line in the fucking sky. And where that is above the horizon, and you could do a calculation, if you know the time and date, where the sun will be relative to that. And it'll tell you the time the sun rises, the time the sun sets, the direction, right? Azimuth, elevation of the sun, all that shit, any time of day. But there's no globe in the mathematics. None at all. The mathematics isn't you on the surface of a globe looking at the sun.
So then, on the surface of the Earth, you have China, you have the U.S. You're seeing.
Here we go.
Yeah,
No,
just ignore what I said.
I heard everything you said, but what you're saying
Yeah, why
is
don't you address it?
You don't address
the sun
it.
moves, the way the sun moves.
Yeah.
I am addressing it right now. But the
Wait,
way
the
the
sun's
sun
moving?
moves,
Wait, the sun's moving?
the sun definitely does.
Oh, that doesn't go with your model, sir.
Because you think you're spinning.
Yeah, you thought that you said the Earth moves, dude.
Yeah, the Earth moves, sun moves, it all moves.
Oh,
but with the way the Earth spins,
dude, you're confused, bro. You are
well, no, with
confused.
the way the Earth spins.
Wait, which is it?
Okay,
Well, I'm asking you. Like this is my point that I'm trying to get to.
You sound confused, though.
If it's a flat surface and you think the Earth's not moving, so it's obviously the sun that's causing the day and night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the sun moving.
So
Yeah.
the way the Earth is, well, you guys don't believe in the shape of the Earth, but how would you explain
the shape of the Earth?
Well, you guys just said Earth is in its shape. That's what I tried to address. That and you guys didn't really answer the shape of the Earth.
Because it doesn't have a shape. It's meaningless. It's a meaningless question.
So why do you think it's meaningless? What's your evidence that backs the?
What shape is the universe? What shape is the universe, dude?
Listen, that's the third respawn to the same infinite regression fallacy, which is what you're trying to do, and we're not letting you.
All right. Well, you asked me what's the shape of the universe. Look at your room right now. There's so much space. That's what the universe is. Now look at an object inside of your fucking room.
No, so my room is in the universe.
Yes, that's exactly how that works.
My room would be in the universe.
So what shape is the universe?
Look at your room. Look at your PC that's in it. Think of the PC as a planet. Now think of the space that fills it as the
that's
universe.
within. That's
we don't need to think of it.
Okay. Are you done talking?
You're a retard, bro.
Yeah, so you're spazzing dude, because your infinite regression fallacy is failing. Your gotcha's failing. So there's something called the embedding space. The room would be the embedding space. So my laptop, my computer desk, they're inside the embedding space. The universe in your cosmology is the embedding space for planets, stars, galaxies, black holes, nebulas, and all that shit. The universe. The Earth is not embedded in a space. There is no embedding space for the Earth. The Earth is the embedding space. Everything is within that. Got it?
Thank you.
It's within the Earth.
Yes. Within its space.
By the way, this is the third time we've covered this. So
yeah, I know.
It's
you just need to pay attention better.
I'm
you need
very
to pay
much
attention
paying
more.
attention. So
You're not. You're not.
I know.
You respond.
I can understand.
So this is a well-known.
I'm still not understanding. Within.
I know.
Everything is within the Earth.
You don't. Okay, let me ask you, what's outside the universe?
The sun.
Is the universe outside the universe?
No,
So
that's in the universe.
The whole universe. That's
okay, yeah. Is it embedded in our?
Right, so when you say outside the universe is in its it's its own. Like there's no outside of the universe.
Yeah, that's what flat Earth is.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
We're trying to tell you. We've been trying to tell you that this entire fucking time, bro. Come on, dude. Did it just click? Holy smokes!
I still don't. You guys haven't.
Yeah, you do understand. Yeah, you
guys
do.
haven't
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Much of your point why things happen. You guys
try to play pretend. Yes, try to play pretend. You can try to play pretend, dude. You understand.
I'm not playing pretend. No.
Yeah.
So you're just low IQ. Got it.
No, he's playing pretend, dude. It's the third time.
Pretend.
Yeah, pretend. You came in with that infinite. Listen, I've done this many times. You came in with your infinite regression fallacy. Gotcha. It failed. We have to keep pretending.
So disproving makes you correct, right?
Well, this is a well-known paradox. It's called Zeno's paradox. It's been known about for 2,000 years.
Ooh.
Well,
you actually can't prove with geometry, math, or logic whether reality is bounded or unbounded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so because of this thing, like if you use mathematics or geometry or whatever, said, hey, I want to go to the boundary of the universe. And I'm going to go halfway there. And then I go halfway again, halfway again, halfway again. You're never going to get there.
Yeah.
So that proves that not only motion is impossible, but that there's no boundary. It's a paradox. And that's what you're doing. You're trying to get the answer to a paradox using an infinite regression fallacy. Because if I said, hey, the edge of the Earth is a million miles that way, you're going to go, oh, what's after that? Oh, that's inside fucking water, and that goes for another 2 million miles. Oh, what's after that? Oh, and you're just going to do this continuing. That's why you guys think you get a free pass by saying, well, the universe is expanding. Now I don't have to answer the infinite regression fallacy because it's moving. Somehow the boundary's moving, so that magically makes it all go away. No, it don't make it magically all go away, bro.
Right. And to be fair, there's an article that says we asked 5 experts if the universe is infinite or not, and they don't all agree. So it's not like a written fact that it's expanding or whatever. It's something you just believe.
Nobody knows where the edge of nobody knows where the edge of reality is. I'm sorry to break your heart, but that's the fact. Nobody knows.
Or the shape. That's the important part here. The shape.
Or the shape
when you
of
say,
it.
When you say, oh, that's a meaningless question. No, it's not. It's to help you reveal the question you keep asking. Hold on. Why are you talking to me? To help you reveal that the question you keep asking over and over itself is a meaningless question. I'm giving you the answer. The flat Earth is the universe, which has unknown boundaries, and the shape is not really known either. How could you know that?
You need the boundaries to know the shape.
This is not very difficult to understand. Our worldviews are no different. If you believe in the universe, well, you kind of think the same way. You don't know where the boundaries are. You don't know what shape that universe is. Period. So, what's your problem here again?
I think
It's like asking what time was it. It's like asking what time was it before time started.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like it's a meaningless question. It doesn't mean anything. You're asking us, hey, if we take this space and we go outside of it, what space is that? Like, dude, it don't make any sense. It doesn't. It's a meaningless. You're asking like, what's the space outside of space? But you have the Copernican principle embedded in you. That's the thing. You don't even realize it, right? That they've embedded this into your brain. So you have this paradigm from which you judge all things. You're judging this question. You're saying the Earth is not unique. It's just like everything else. So if it's just like everything else, it has to be embedded in a larger space because it's just another object. That's it's just like my phone or my fucking laptop or that ball in the sky. They're just all the same thing. They're just a bunch of objects, and that's how you think about it.
Right.
But that's not how it is.
Right. You also probably don't think
there's no indication that the Earth is like anything else at all.
You brought up your room, right? And then the object inside the room. Is there an object inside of anywhere that you could pick up and say this represents the universe? Probably not, right? Okay, great. That's how flat Earth is. There's really no object to say, oh, this is like flat Earth. There's no way to represent the entirety of reality. Number one, because you can't phase outside of it and then look back at it and say, oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this giant blob here or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're in it. You can't leave it. So how would you be able to say what shape it is? I think it's just natural nerdiness, but hey, I could be wrong. Like natural geek vibes, but hey, what do I know? We talked to him earlier, Jedi. Hey, maybe you can take a crack at him. Pause.
You're all right. I haven't had my coffee yet, so give me a minute.
Yeah, honestly, you might need one for this one, dude. Nah, Pop Smoke here is really chill, though. I think pretty chill. It's giving bass chill vibes. Wait, is that his name? Pop something? Wait, who are we talking to?
Joe Easy.
Sorry, I didn't catch. Who is it in the panel?
You talking about me?
Oh yeah, it's Pop Smoke. All right, I was right.
That's confused.
All right, W. All right, so what's your next question, bro? Let's keep cooking.
I don't know, man.
I mean, you got some legends in the
Getting
panel here,
shut
so
down.
yeah, facts.
So do you think that there's like with everything, there's like what's the word?
A grand conspiracy. Everyone's lying.
Not like a grand conspiracy. I mean like a consistency with how everything is, like with matter, space, volume, all of this, or do you think that it's specifically unique to just the Earth?
There is just Earth. Didn't we just cover this, bro?
What do you mean there's just the Earth? We see other things, so it's not just the Earth.
Oh, okay. You just you just respond again.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I still don't get it. Like it's.
I know. I know because you've been educated a certain way, dude, and we were all educated the same way. You think about everything. You have a paradigm from which you judge everything. So you think when you look up in the sky, you see the heavens. You think all that works the same way as it does on the Earth, right? Everything's just the same. There's one universal physics. It's been the same all the way in the past, retroactively, and it's going to be the same all the way in the future. Never changes. What's on the Earth, like the rules on the Earth happen in the sky, everything's the same.
Mm-hmm.
We know for a fact that's not true. For a fact. So on Earth, when you look at an object,
the fact that the moon has craters, and we can see that.
We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah. So take a image of a crater, flip it upside down, and it becomes a dome. Yeah. So image of a crater, it's pareidolia, buddy. Anyway, you see Jesus Christ in toast too. I mean, fuck, dude. And you can sell it on eBay. I remember people were doing that.
Well, guy, we'll get you in a second.
Rovers, fucking rovers. Astronauts on the moon.
Well, here, let me just say this real quick. Here's what you can't do, Pop Smoke. You can't take the solar system and the universe as is. Yeah, bro. Who else?
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's not
Come
my
on,
name.
Bernie.
I'm confused.
It's all right, dude. You know he doesn't like nickname guys, so we'll just call him his real name.
Oh, I got.
Damn, you got a fucking
you gotta start rapping 21
picture. Yeah, man.
That's
like
Playboy Cardi, dude.
You don't know who Pop Smoke is, nigga?
I know who Pop Smoke is. So that's Cardi. That's not.
All right, we'll just move on. So what you can't do is take the solar system as it's presented and then put a flat thing in there and then ask questions like, well, so is everything consistent? Like, how comes there's just like one flat thing and then all these other balls and stuff? We've been trying to tell you that it doesn't work like that. It's more like the universe itself. There's nothing outside of the universe. So when you're like, well, the sun's outside, not really. You don't know what the sun is to say where it is or how it is or why it is. You don't know what stars are. You don't know what the moon is either. So you just be careful about comparing the solar system and then putting a flat thing in there because that's what you keep respawning and keep doing over and over. Sure.
What do you mean I don't know what the moon is?
Okay, tell us what the moon is. Watch this.
Is it land in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid surface in the sky that rotates around the Earth.
And how do you know that?
Let me think.
Because you got told.
Probably it. I know. What you asked me again? Sorry. How I know it rotates around?
How do you know? You don't see it rotate. You don't see the moon rotate. You don't see it orbit.
Well, I feel like with the eclipses, maybe explain.
You feel like merch.
Merch.
Nah.
I feel happy today.
How do you just answer the question? How do you know? How do you know?
Maybe tides. There we go. Maybe that explains it. As the moon goes farther away as we turn, and the water rises, and the water.
You know, if we have problems with this guy before like this, we're asking him questions and he's not answering the questions.
Well, you just asked me to explain it. I said tides.
Yeah, tides. I'm asking you how you know what the moon is.
Wait, what the moon is? He asked me, how do I know the road?
Yeah, how do you know the moon's a solid? How do you know the moon's a solid freaking rock?
Well, I know that how gravitation works, and I know that mass allows gravitation. So
you know how gravitation works.
Well, it explains itself, yeah.
Well, no, that actually does not answer his question because things that are not solid are also claimed to be affected by gravity. So theoretically, even under the globe Earth model and all the physics that go along with it, the moon could, be affected by gravity and also be like not a solid surface. So that does not answer the question.
Let's ask it more simply. What is the moon?
Yeah. How did we determine the composition of the moon? How do we know it's not green cheese or petrified wood?
Do that.
Yeah. So this is not an easy question to answer because you can't actually tell.
What do you think that
the correct answer is that you
tides
don't
explain
know.
it?
Don't ask me what I think it is, dude.
Well, I'm just saying,
I'm agnostic, man.
Well,
I'll say I don't know.
I mean, as the Earth.
Okay, tides. Okay, tides.
And then the gravitational pull between the moon and the
I
Earth.
know. Okay, I know you're telling me the common wrong story. It's not even wrong within the gold paradigm because tides are supposed to be caused by like a hydraulic action that's correlated to the moon, but not directly caused by the moon. We actually posted a video from PBS Spacetime that's titled "What Physics Teachers Get Wrong About the Tides." Tides correlate with the moon, but they don't. But they're not caused by the moon.
Mm-hmm.
If you model tides, they have a model for tides. There's like 27 variables in it. The moon is only one of them. The sun is another one of them.
Yeah.
And if the moon was just pulling on the water, right, where would high tide be? It'd be directly under the moon, right? And there'd be a big bump that followed the moon around. But that's not how it is. Some places have 2 tides a day. Some places have 3 tides a day. Some places have 4 times a day. In England, the tide will vary. Like in England, like the tide will be at 6 o'clock a.m. It'll be high tide in one part of the English coast, and that frickin' 11 hours later, that's when it's high tide over there. So, did the moon how is the moon pulling on only part of England and not the other?
Yeah, the other numpties are sitting back eating crow right now while they're not, or trying to figure out why they believe the Earth's a globe based on video footage. That's interesting. They're coming in with a lot of bravado, yet there's no evidence being demonstrated, isn't there?
So Ragnar, let me tell you what the problem is. Now, say you go on YouTube and it says live stream of the Gobi Desert, and there's a camera and it looks like sand. And then the guy that's showing the live stream, he goes in and he changes the title. So now it says live stream of the Sahara Desert. Then 10 minutes later, he goes in and says live stream of the Atacama Desert. How are you going to verify which one of those are actually a desert? Because he could still be at the beach. Or he could be in a freaking kid's fucking playground. Or he could be anywhere, right? How are you going to verify how the videos, the caption that they put on them is actually the video they're showing?
If you're saying that we can't validate or invalidate a certain video, then why are you assuming all the NASA clips are fake? You clearly invalidated it.
I don't, when they show something that's physically impossible.
Okay, so you can clearly invalidate these videos as well if they're invalidatable, correct?
Yeah, so we can go, how would we invalidate them? Give us, how would we
invalidate all the other NASA videos you claim to be fake?
How would we do it? You tell us.
I'm not the one invalidating NASA clips, you're the ones doing it.
No, how would we do it? In your mind, dude, how would we do it? If you wanted to, hey, I want to test
on the clip that is not
Ragnar,
for example.
Ragnar, how would you test? NASA has, this is a video of the Earth. That's what the caption says in the live stream from the ISS. How would you test that?
Positive claim. When somebody brings a camera,
you're not answering the question. How would you test that?
I'm literally explaining right now. You have people, experts, that literally have a profession of analyzing digital video, and they can analyze the video and tell you if it's fake. They can look at certain aspects in the video, when it was filmed, certain parts within the film, if it looks like it's CGI, if certain pixels don't connect for some reason.
If it looks CGI,
no.
Okay, so you think that is an objective?
Wow, geez,
hold on, Alpha.
Shut the fuck up.
Ragnar, that is not an objective method.
That is literally the way they do it in court.
Listen, okay, that would be just in court. You would have a witness that authenticated video.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's your witness that authenticated video?
That's not what I meant. I meant there are professionals that their profession is to devalidate.
Yeah, and it's an expert opinion, right?
Well, if it requires expert opinion to invalidate a video,
it's an opinion.
Well, yeah, it's an opinion, just like any other opinion. It could be true or not true.
So it's not objective, like I said. It's not an objective metric.
Well, the thing is, when you're talking about objective, then I can say anything is objective, and there's no.
No. Opinions are subjective, right? Because they vary. Ragnar, opinions are subjective because they vary from person to person to person. You can have one expert that says looks fake, another expert that says don't looks fake, another expert that says this half looks fake, this other half professional. They're not going to reach unanimity.
Yeah, but these are things that are so easily falsifiable. Like, let's take for an example.
They're so easily falsifiable, but you can't come up with an objective metric. You're just making that shit up.
Because I don't do this for a living, but people who do this for a living will tell you exactly how they analyze this. People who work in
so you don't know.
cinema.
So you don't
even know the profession.
So you don't know.
First of all, he's making shit up. This isn't a profession. Okay, it's not a profession.
Okay, because you said so.
No, because it isn't.
So people who work at cinematography and cameras, it's not a profession. It's just made up.
No, that is a profession, but there's nobody that goes to court to go, this video's fake, this video's not fake.
Really?
That's not a profession.
So if they find picture that of footage of some robber breaking into somewhere, right, and someone claims it to be fake, they don't have experts to bring from different studios who can check and verify whether the clip was faked or not.
No, because they would bring in the person that installed the camera, and that person's testimony that they installed the camera or operated the camera, that would be enough.
That's not correct, but okay.
So they would need evidence. So that is going to be presumed authentic until there's evidence to the contrary.
And how would you prove?
Because you have a witness.
Right.
Well, you would need evidence.
Right.
Well, you would need evidence.
How would you get this evidence? By an expert.
Well, they're going to give you. They would give you the film, right, and then you'd go over the film, and there'd be some objective metric, right? There's fucking something wrong with the CCD of the camera. There's something wrong with the digital file.
Yeah, right. Exactly. This is what they do.
There's a hole in the fucking. But those are objective things, right? You can actually point to them in the physical world, and they exist there.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, can we test NASA footage this way?
Of course you can. Hire an expert.
Oh, okay. So hire an expert to flap their arms and fly to the ISS and examine their cameras.
Examine the camera footage.
No, we need the camera.
No, you can look at the footage. You don't need the actual camera.
No, you need the camera.
Why would you need the camera?
I just described to you what you would have to do. You would actually need the camera.
If I show you drone footage of a drone flying over your house, are you going to need the drone to prove that it's a false video and that it's not real, or could you just look at the clip?
What? That makes no sense, dude.
What makes no sense about what I just said?
If there's a drone video of it flying over my house, do I need the drone?
Do you need the drone to prove that the video is fake, or do you need can you just falsify?
Yeah, you do need the drone.
Why? What would the drone provide you with? What evidence would it provide you with?
Well, if there's a 10-foot fucking Hello Kitty in the video, then I could probably say it's fake. But it's not that. It's not. We don't have this is not an example of that, right? We don't see Godzilla fucking stomping through Tokyo on the ISS videos. We can go, yeah, that's fake.
Should we see Godzilla on the cameras? I don't know. Like, that's not something.
What I'm saying is, it's nothing like absurdly, obviously where it's not possible, other than the curved Earth. So the point is that these videos are not testable by the scientific method, and you know they're not. You just want to trust them because you're lazy, dude. Okay. You don't want to have to examine anything. Like I said, all you got to do is change the caption. You don't even just have to misrepresent the video. There's entire books on this subject, right? So there's a guy named Dino Tonelli, or not Dino Tonelli. He worked for the National the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office. He wrote a whole book on film fakery, right? Because that's what he did for a living. Okay, so one of the things, the easiest way to fake video is you don't actually fake the video. It's real video or real film. You just miscaption it. Right? So they can be taking a real video of a model or CGI or whatever, right? And just miscaption it and say, this is a photograph from space.
So let me ask you a question. Does it make sense?
Actual footage.
does it make sense that NASA, that is so supposedly hiding all this information from us and trying to control our minds and make us believe something else, does it make sense that?
No, it's not build our straw man, dude.
No, it's not. It's not a straw man. Why would they?
Yeah, no one believes that shit that you just said. No one believes that shit you just said.
Well, you're claiming that NASA then is an actual government.
NASA doesn't do things. NASA doesn't think. NASA has no sentience, dude. People do things.
That's not what I meant. But let's get to the argument. The argument is they would not risk.
Who's they?
Whoever's projecting this footage from space. Why would they put this online in live stream if it's so easily falsifiable? Because this would be a literal gold mine for people who are flat earthers. They would just disprove it with evidence, find an expert who can say, this is fake, and everyone would say, oh, why are you faking videos?
Oh yeah. If I brought in an expert right now and said to you, this is fake, you wouldn't believe them. Because some other expert would you trot out and say, this expert says it's not fake, and you'd believe that guy.
Well, if we find enough credible experts to give
enough, so that's how truth is determined. We sum them out. Like if we have 51% that say it's fake, is that how we do it?
Because
what's our criteria? See, you have no objective metric for determining truth. Okay, that's the point of this. This is the point of this whole exercise. You have no objective metric to determine truth. It's just how you feel.
Majority of how I feel.
It's not a question of how you feel. It's a question of if
it's how you know, specifically you, dude. How you feel about the video. That's it. It's how you feel about it.
I'm more than willing to concede that I can't validate the videos. Are you willing to concede that you can't invalidate the videos?
Yeah, I can invalidate the videos.
You can? Okay, so show me.
Yeah, because they show curving oceans, and we can objectively demonstrate the oceans are curving.
Correct.
That's objection.
Is it not?
That's an objective feeling.
No, it is. No, it's not a feeling. So if I go out and I measure the ocean, and it's a section of the ocean, and it's not curving the way it does in the video.
How do you know if it's curving from the ground?
By measuring it.
Space? Yeah, but if you're
by measuring it,
idiot.
By measuring the ground, by measuring the thing that's depicted in the video.
Yes, but you're not looking at across a wide enough.
What do you mean? No, I said measure. I didn't say look. I didn't say look. I said measure.
Yes, I'm talking about
That
measuring.
means be
In
on
order
it.
to measure the curvature, you have to look and see very far. And measure very
You don't
far.
have to look, dude. Measurement don't involve looking.
Okay, you would have
You
to
take an
measure
instrument.
a very long distance in order to.
How long?
Because the Earth is very big.
How long? How long?
Depends on your position on the oblate spheroid and where you're standing with reference to the horizon.
Depends. So which part is the least curvy?
I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Which is the most curvy?
Again, I'm not.
Where's the oblate part?
Okay, Ragnar, I think you're really fucked up. So, how much drop from curvature is in 10 miles?
Why do you have to engage in ad homs? Just for the record.
Well, I mean, because you're like Earth too biggy. Fucking argument, dude. So typically people that make this argument don't know.
Very small.
Don't know what the prediction is.
How big is the Earth?
Okay,
it's so small we can measure.
Ragnar, typically the people that make this argument don't understand what the goal prediction actually is. So that's why I'm saying that you don't. In 10 miles, how much drop is there?
It depends where you're standing on the oblate spheroid.
You're on the fucking standing on the beach at the ocean. How much does the ocean drop in away at a point 10 miles away from you?
I'd have to look at the geographical location and calculate the.
Then how do you know the Earth's too big? You claim that the Earth's too big to measure it because it's huge, right? But you don't know the metric. So how did you know that?
Between countries, right?
Yeah, great. But how do you know that curvature isn't enough where you don't need to do a long distance?
Because
if you don't know the metric.
Curved on the cameras, right? We can witness curvature and we can witness.
So basically, you just did the circular logic, right?
You can no. You can even witness curvature with your own eyes when you can't see.
From where?
You can't because when you're looking out into a distance, you can't see everything.
No one said see. I said measure.
Yeah, you can't when you want to measure something, right? If you're looking at an object that's really far away and you can't see it, it's obstructed.
I didn't say no, dude. So the surface of the Earth is supposed to be curving, right? So it's supposed to curve away from a line. So if I have a line on the surface of the Earth, like eye level, right? A line extending from my eye out 10 miles, the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down some distance, and I should be able to measure that distance, how far the surface went away from there.
You can definitely measure that. There are plenty of ways to measure that.
Okay. So do you have any of those measurements?
Personally, no, I don't have those measurements, but you can definitely measure those.
Yeah, so we have measured those, and there's no drop, dude.
If you take a sphere and you zoom in microscopically onto a certain
you keep going back to look, dude. There's dead argument. No one said looking and zooming in. We're talking about measuring the curvature.
That's what we're seeing.
We don't care about what we're seeing. We're measuring because we know. Look, dude. If you go to build a house, right? You don't look at the fucking pieces to assemble the house. You fucking measure the pieces, and then you nail them together. Because looking ain't good enough. So in this case, looking ain't good enough by your own admission. So we're going to measure.
We can take a specific geographical location, calculate sea level and horizon, and then you can calculate the curvature. But I'm not capable.
Yeah, and then we can go out and measure it, and then when we go measure it, the result is that there is no curvature.
Okay, show me the calculation and show me where you conducted the experiment.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
2 experiments, 2 tests. Well, actually, there's a bunch.
Are they done over a surface of water?
Yeah, we also got land too, if you prefer that.
So yeah.
We also got land too, if you prefer that.
Yeah,
Same
I prefer
distance.
land. Yeah, prefer land.
Why is land better?
Because there are certain effects such as refraction that we take into account that can make.
That we take into account. How do you take them into account? You don't even know the curvature measurement. You're just sitting here parroting bullshit, dude.
See it. You claim you.
How do you take it into account? I want no. I fucking hate when you guys say this. How do you take it into account? Tell me how to account for it.
I'm saying that.
I want the math, dude. Like when you say account, you try to pretend that somehow you can actually quantify it in some mathematical way with a model. So if I'm going to take it into account, dude, I want to see the math.
That is responsible for showing you objects that you think that you're seeing, but you're not actually seeing.
No one said see. I said measure.
Okay, and you're going to go back to the measure. Okay, so show me the measure.
Yeah, because that's objective. Seeing isn't objective, dude.
Measurements, please. I'm waiting. If it's okay with you, I'll look at these measurements later. I don't have time to look at it now. It's very late. I'm very tired.
Yeah, you'll never look at them.
I'll just drop them inside chat. You don't know. Maybe someone.
So how much drop is in 10 miles, dude?
It's not a constant because the Earth is not a.
Yeah, it is a constant, dude.
Wait. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate.
Okay, that's actually not an argument, dude. You know why it's not an argument?
It is an argument because you're gonna.
Okay, what's the difference? Okay, what's the difference between the polar radius? What's the difference, Ragnar? So what's the difference?
There's 8 inches of.
No, I'm gonna demonstrate this. It's irrelevant. I'm gonna demonstrate that that's a red herring. You don't have to mute him. Okay, so Ragnar, I'm gonna demonstrate that that's a fucking red herring. Okay, you're gonna tell me what the difference in curvature is for the polar radius versus the equatorial radius for your oblate
sphere. Can you tell your butt buddies to stop?
Yeah. So what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? So what's the difference between the curvature from the polar radius versus the equatorial radius?
I did not understand any of the definitions you just said.
Polar radius versus equatorial radius. It's an oblate ellipsoid. So that means in one radius, the one direction, right? The polar direction, it's supposed to be flattened, pear-shaped, right? Remember? So in one direction, there'll be more curvature. In the other direction, there'll be less. So what's the difference between one direction versus the other?
What's the difference in one direction towards the other? It depends where you're.
Yeah, because you said it's not going to be the same everywhere. So we're trying to figure out what the max not the same is.
Well, again.
Yeah, it's 0.02 inches per mile squared. It's fucking irrelevant. It's an irrelevant figure. It doesn't mean anything. It is infinitesimal. It's not even measurable. It's a red herring bullshit argument.
It's not a red herring. I'm saying if you're standing.
It is, dude.
Okay, you're not going to listen to my.
So the equatorial radius and the polar radius have a difference of 11 miles.
You're going back to that.
11 miles in a 25,000 mile circumference.
How did you get?
It's an irrelevant figure, dude.
Show me the calculation. Show me the formula.
The formula for what?
For how
the difference is 11 miles?
No, show me the calculation of how you reached 8 inches or whatever it was across.
Okay, hold on. I will.
Sure. Because that formula is with regards to a perfect sphere, which the Earth is not, and therefore things you would expect not to see that are supposedly hidden behind the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, but according to them, it's nearly a perfect sphere.
It's not nearly a perfect sphere. No one claims it is a perfect sphere. No one.
Okay.
No scientist.
Okay. I said nearly.
Well, it's not even nearly. The shape of the Earth is really like weird. The diameter is like really wide, and it's like and the circumference is really small compared to the.
So you're gonna have to call NASA so they can deduct 60 years of sphere Earth photography.
It's an oblate spheroid. It's not the same as a perfect sphere.
Just call NASA. Tell them to remove all of the spheres that they posted.
NASA says it's a oblate spheroid. You can't see it from that distance.
Tell them that they're wrong. Tell them that you're saying they're wrong, so they have to
not wrong.
just remove everything.
Why do you doubt NASA? Why do you doubt NASA?
So
why shouldn't
we don't see it, we don't measure it.
Why
he
shouldn't
believes it.
You saw the continuous footage of the rockets.
What a smart kid.
Came to orbit and landed. Like
No, I've never seen that.
I think that's edited.
Literally, those rockets didn't go to fucking orbit. Number one, I see. The fuck you even talking about?
Yeah,
you talking about Elon Musk boosters?
The curvature of the Earth in those.
Yeah, that's a problem for you, dude. But that's a problem for you.
What do you mean?
Because they don't go high enough to see curvature.
What?
So if you look at the camera out of one booster, it shows it's flat, and then out of the other booster, it shows it's curved. Did you even pay attention?
I don't know.
No, you didn't pay attention. Yeah, so stop throwing your fucking body into gears. Yeah, so go watch it again. So I posted in the chat the difference in the polar and equatorial radius in kilometers. Now I got to do it in miles. According to this, difference at 13 miles. Now I'm gonna punch into the curve calculator.
Yeah, the curve calculator is using a complete perfect sphere. Yep.
No, I'm gonna do the radius. The curve calculator I use, you can manually input the radius.
Well, how do you know where you're standing then?
Doesn't matter. It can only. So we're gonna find the min max, right? We're gonna find what the max curvature could be and the minimum curvature could be.
Okay, go for it.
So we got 3,950. So the funny thing is you know you're wrong, and I know you know you're wrong, but you won't admit it because you're a fucking retarded glober, and you can't look wrong to a flat earther in front of people. But I'm going to show you wrong in front of people, which is going to make you look even worse. You should have just fucking admitted you were wrong.
When you're done with the ad homs, show me the calculations.
No, this ain't an ad hom. This is a meta fucking evaluation of your retardation.
Bro, he doesn't even know what atom is. What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah,
so look in the chat. That's the equatorial. Hold on, Chris. So this is the equatorial versus polar radius. So the drop. Do you see the drop?
Observation height.
So the drop in 6 miles.
1 second. Let me go over the numbers. 1 second.
It's 7,334 millimeters versus 7,310 millimeters.
Let me focus on. I can read. Let me look up. Latitude or radius 85. See okay, here again. Why did you calculate the radius as 3,950?
Because that's the polar radius, dude.
But it depends on where you're standing, right?
That's the shortest the radius can possibly be is the polar radius. The longest it can possibly be is the equatorial radius. So we're finding the minimum and the maximum it could be. And the difference between those two is to see if that difference is significant, where it would fuck up any measurement. And it don't.
Image width. What is image width?
If you want to calculate the field of view of like what something would look like. This is a Glober calculator. I'll give you the link. It's not a flat earth, it's a flat earth map, whatever the fuck that is.
Horizontal FOV.
He denied it the other day too. The 8 inches per mile squared. He was like, "That's that's totally wrong."
You say it's a parabola.
Yeah,
like a retard.
He went.
It is a parabola, though.
Like,
so what?
What
QE
do you mean,
broke
so
it
what?
down.
The Earth is not a parabola.
Yeah. So, but all that, like, it's also not a fucking triangle.
Yeah, so that's why you can't use the...
Yeah, so we use trigonometry, right? And that approximates a triangle. So Earth isn't a triangle either, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So there is no exact formula. There's no exact formula available.
There's no.
So we have to use it. There is no exact formula for the
specific. You have to take a specific location, and then
no, there is no exact formula. Okay, sine and cosine are infinite Taylor series. There's no end to them. There's no exact formula available, right? So we have to use an approximation. Using 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation. And it approximates the sine cosine method. The sine cosine method, they're approximately the same for about 1,000 miles. But it's a comparison between two approximations. So you complaining, hey, it approximates a sphere, but it's a parabola. It's not actually an argument.
Of course, it's an argument.
No, it's not.
You're using
because it approximates a sphere, but it approximates a sphere
not
for
in every location. In certain locations,
yeah.
You are
So what?
What do you mean? So what? So it depends where you're conducting the experiment.
We're not doing experiments that are beyond what the approximation is useful for.
Oh my God, you understand that the distance from the horizon matters, right? In this specific formula, it uses radius.
No. 8 inches from mile squared is drop. It has nothing to do with the horizon, dude. You're confused.
Indio, he thinks he lives on a potato Earth, man. He thinks it's round over here and flat over there. He's thinking of potato Earth. He doesn't even know it oblate.
Mr. Pizza Planet.
Yeah. Okay. So cool. Yeah. You have the potato planet, dude.
Yeah. So we both have weird shapes. Isn't that funny?
So the calculation for drop has nothing to do with the horizon. It's just the drop from eye level. How far is the surface of the Earth below eye level? Has nothing to do with the horizon. And all this to get out of you, what's the drop from 10 miles because you said Earth too biggy? You know Earth's not too biggy. It doesn't depend on anything.
It does, but okay.
I'll literally just put in 10 miles in this. Let's see what the difference is. You see it also has the latitude, right? You can actually punch in the latitude and do the prediction for any latitude on Earth.
It's negligible, you retard.
He knows it is. The drop at 10 miles. 288 inches for the 3963 radius. And it's 289 inches for the 3950 radius. So it's a difference of an inch.
Oh, there you go. Oh, but it matters. Oh, see, it depends, right? Just a cope.
It's not a cope. You're using the wrong formula. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm using. Okay, show us the right one then. Show us the right one. You see how it says curve, great circle distance? It also has the formulas right there. So the drop is calculated by D equals R divided by And you
are listening to this right now.
On YouTube, they are.
Oh, hi YouTube. Am I famous?
Probably infamous, maybe.
I see only 2 people on YouTube, even less.
I see 32 watching.
Oh wow, I'm worldwide famous around the globe.
It's also on X. So there's probably like 20 people on X watching.
50. I must feel like a fool.
Well, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think people think when they hear you do these mental gymnastics? You won't be intellectually honest.
The same thing normal people hear when you're talking gibberish.
So you're the one talking gibberish, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see you. You just say, "Oh, the calculation's wrong." I say, "What's wrong with the calculation?" You won't say.
Because you're using the wrong formula, is what I said.
But for some reason, I have to prove that all. Dude, or in your case, get on your knees.
Mm-hmm.
Is appeal to authority a logical fallacy?
Could say so.
Okay, is appeal to credentials a logical fallacy? It depends.
Yeah, like if you're debating a certain topic that you're not knowledgeable about, it would be more wise to use someone who has more knowledge about this subject.
Yeah, but do they need evidence? Do the authorities need evidence? Or is their authority the evidence of the truth of their claim?
Oh, of course they need to provide evidence.
Okay. So saying the experts don't mean anything.
Well, if the experts are using scientific evidence, then it does mean something, right? The experts are people who are more probable.
It doesn't matter if they're experts, though.
Yeah, of course.
Because Adolf Hitler or some fucking 3-year-old girl could come in. Dude, no, stop. It's the evidence. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence.
Okay, now I'll ask you who.
The evidence doesn't become stronger because an expert presented it.
That's not what I said. I said who is more likely.
It is what you said.
No, that's not.
No, it's not more likely. It has no bearing on the truth of the evidence.
Open your ears.
Zero.
I'm saying it's more likely that someone.
It's not.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's not more likely.
A little girl is more likely to know more about a scientist who has conducted experiments.
No, no, you're trying to move the goalposts. No, you're trying to move the goalposts. No, it ain't happening. No, can't move the goalposts, dude.
Literally use your.
The evidence. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence, dude.
Who is more likely to prove the evidence?
Present the evidence, I said.
Present or prove the evidence.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence.
Okay. I didn't say that it matters. I'm saying who is more likely. You keep avoiding the question, but I can.
The one who has
it doesn't matter. It's not more likely or less likely.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence is independent of the person. If they wear a bow tie or a yellow shirt, all of a sudden the evidence becomes better?
Okay. If you dug in your garden and you find an ancient coin, who are you going to ask if that coin is actually an ancient artifact that is, an archaeological certain piece of, of history? Are you going to walk up to your neighbor and be like, "Oh, is this the coin from the Byzantine era, or is this what does it seem to you?" You will go to an expert.
Yeah,
Why are you going to an expert? Why are you going to an
false
expert?
equivalence because then you're bringing up something subjective again. Okay, no, you're bringing up something subjective again. No, it's not. It's a false equivalence because you're bringing up something subjective again.
Okay, so if you have a rash on your fucking knee, are you going to go to your neighbor and ask him what the rash on your knee is, or are you going to go to a doctor?
That is subjective again.
Again, you're going to say subjective because you don't want to answer.
It is subjective because there's nothing objective about it. Okay. You're asking for an opinion.
Yeah, and who do you ask the opinion from? People with knowledge. Who are these people with knowledge?
Yeah, but we're talking about objective evidence and who presents it. We're not like that's not subject to opinion.
Okay, who deals with medicine and healthcare on a daily basis?
Doctors. So what?
Right. Okay, and who deals with
I wouldn't
space,
bring up doctors
astronomy?
if I were you.
Who deals with
Yeah,
math,
that's not a good
space, and
one.
I would
astronomy on a
not bring
daily
up
basis?
astronomers.
Scientists.
So what?
Scientists, right?
Astronomers.
Okay, astronomers.
Not scientists. Astronomers aren't scientists.
Okay. So you know where I'm going with this, right? Okay.
Yeah, nowhere, because you're comparing. You should never bring up medicine because the number of people that fucking die from misdiagnoses. Okay,
Who's embarrassing himself?
It's like the number one cause of death, dude. Like, are you serious? You're gonna bring up that?
What?
Yeah, misdiagnosis of medical conditions is the number one cause of death in America.
And still, you're gonna always trust your doctor, and you're always gonna trust your doctor more than other people.
No, I don't trust my doctor.
Okay,
no,
so
I
maybe you're
don't.
dumb, but doesn't mean
You
the rest
are,
of
because you're
people are like
stupid. Because you're ignorant about how.
Why do you trust? Why do you trust the pilot that you're flying?
I don't.
Whoever left your country.
I
You
don't.
exactly. So you have objective truth that is you don't trust anyone.
It's not objective.
It is objective.
Okay.
Because you live in
if
your
I
own
trust
bubble,
or don't trust the pilot,
anything.
it's not objective, dude. That's subjective.
Okay. You're always appealing
Can
to
the,
higher.
can the pilot guarantee me that I'm going to get to my destination without dying? Can he guarantee 100%?
You appeal to higher.
Can he guarantee me 100%? Can he guarantee me 100% objectively that I'm going to get to my destination without dying?
You'll still count on him regardless.
Yeah, but that's trust, right?
Pilot,
that's trust, right?
Yeah, of course it's trust.
So,
why do you trust him though?
Okay, so you have a faith. That's the whole point that you've been resisting. I don't.
Okay, so you don't.
I fly from necessity. That's how most people fly. By necessity, not because they trust the pilot. They fly because it's necessary for them to fly.
Do you take your car to a mechanic?
I don't drive.
Okay, so you never left your little bubble.
Well, I did take my car to a mechanic, and you know what? They fucked up my car. They destroyed my transmission once. They destroyed my radiator once.
Better mechanic then.
Well, I mean, I trusted them. So my car must have been fixed, right?
Why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you fix your car yourself?
My car must have been fixed because I trusted the mechanic, right?
Why didn't you fix your car yourself?
Why wasn't my car fixed? I trusted the mechanic.
Good question. Why didn't you fix the car yourself then, if you don't trust the mechanic?
No, apparently I did trust the mechanic, and that was also necessity.
Okay, so now
I didn't trust or not trust the mechanic.
So now what
I chose the mechanic and not a necessity.
Are you going to find a different mechanic, or are you going to fix it yourself?
Ragnar, like, this is pathetic.
Well, I found a different mechanic. So he wants to like go on this trust false equivalence, dude. It's a false equivalence. You can't fix it, dude. No matter how many examples you bring up, these are all subjective evaluations based upon trust. Okay, if you want to go that route, fine. Your whole worldview is based upon trust, which is what we were trying to point out, which is what Alpha was pointing out, is that your worldview is based upon trust.
It's trust based on observations and
observations of what?
Well, for example, when I go into my car and I start the engine, I trust that it's not going to explode on me because I've ignited the.
Why would your engine explode? Why would your engine explode?
You fear that your engine's going to explode sometimes.
Oh, so what you're saying is that you do trust the mechanics that build the engineers that build the car. You trust the engineers, right?
Engines don't explode, dumbass.
So you trust.
You don't know how an internal combustion engine even works, do you?
So you trust the engineers that build the car that it's not going to explode?
It wouldn't explode.
Look, you couldn't make a car engine explode if you wanted to, man. Fucking like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What if I strapped a bomb to it? Would it not explode?
So,
Jesus Christ.
Okay, this guy is non sequitur.
He starts his fucking so much cope in fucking one session, dude. It's crazy.